Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wampleville. Armada Mondays returns. Yes, indeed. Now, this is last week's Armada Monday. What we're going to do here is we're going to take this painted water effect and we're going to do the same thing here. So, sorry that wasn't working there, Armored Wolf. Aside from the formatting thing, and yeah, that was the weird thing. I had something like a 64 gig stick or whatever, and it was actually less files than the 8 gig stick or whatever it was. So it was really bizarre. I just don't understand what's going on with these things, right? It's a mystery. So again, I'm going to try and do the same deal with the water. Hey there, Ryan. How you doing? Great to see you, Ryan. We got all kinds of characters at the ready. Look at this. That's somebody I haven't seen in quite some time right there. It has been a wee while. Now let's start thinking about our water effect here. So Ryan, again, I'm glad you were able to take in the game on Saturday. That had to be a really cool thing. I'm just saying. Now we got some dwarf buddies over here for him. Armored Wolf, I've had. It's mostly been pretty good luck on, say, Amazon. Getting those. There was one batch Armored Wolf where I think maybe a couple of them were wonky, and it kind of depended what I was doing with them, if that makes any sense. I don't know if that makes any sense, but yeah, there was one batch where I think it was maybe 10, right? And I think two of them maybe just never really worked, and then other ones were fine. And it kind of depended again what I was trying to do with them. It seemed I don't know. I don't even know if that's quite the right way to even describe it. So Ryan, great to see you again as always. So this video is now rendered. It's edited, it's rendered. I'll just load it up after the stream. And then tomorrow it goes up on the Patreon page. Now, ever since I did that other guy, I just said, man, I have got to try an even more extensive water splashy thing. And this certainly fit the bill. Yeah, Armored Wolf. I wish I could tell you if it's the fat format. Actually, Ryan might know a little bit more about that than me as to why the printers would be very finicky about the formatting on a USB drive. Armored Wolf, though, the one thing is I always was super paranoid that I had the right USB drive in there and I wasn't reformatting the one, the one drive. So yeah, Ryan, it's mostly, oh gosh, what is that? The pale sage primer, a little bit of the pale mustard for the lighter stuff here. Actually, that's just well, I started out with the slate blue primer, oceanic blue, Steinerres. Started out with that. Then we went to what the heck did we go to? Then I started just I mixed up some blue and purple ink and did the top part there. And that's when I did just kind of came back in with the pale sage and a little bit of the that mustard color. But I figured I wanted to have some darker primer down in the recesses here for for the obvious reasons, right? All the usual obvious reasons. Now, where's that? Oh, here he is. Let me see if we can get him under here. So there's our last stream right there. That was super fun. Yeah. See, Ryan. What is it? Oh, getting greedy. I guess is what I was. I was too greedy. I was like a dwarf in Moria. I dug too deep and too greedily. Actually, Ryan. What's hilarious is, can you even get those? I'm just wondering, are they actually almost as expensive as say 30 gig drives or whatever because there's just not that many of them around anymore. It just popped into my head. I'm thinking, huh, I wonder how easy it is to actually find those because, well, reasons, right? Now there won't be any source lighting on this. Just tossing that out there. No source lighting on this guy, but lots of water effects, that's for sure. Yeah, Ryan, that was super confusing. Now I don't know. Obviously, you got the bamboo that is it goes over Wi-Fi. I don't know if that's a thing now for resin printers. If they've kind of gone to that model, because I know there's self-leveling and all this other stuff that they do. But I was wondering if they actually have gotten to the point where you can just send the files via Wi-Fi. Hey there, Grand Oracle. How you doing? So ScanDisk has a 10-pack of 8 for 40 bucks. That's well, I guess it's not too much. So Grand Oracle, this is the Watcher in the Water. This is part of our Moria army, and actually, Grand Oracle, great to see you there. Now, Grand, I hope that things are maybe, shall we say, at least treading water. See what I did there? Because sometimes treading water, you just be like, okay, fine, I'll take it. Because treading water is above water. So hopefully that, at least you're in that mode right here, right, Velfira? How you doing? I was wondering about that, Ryan. Well, I just ask because the the bamboo can be a bit finicky. Oh yeah, Grand Oracle. I think you heard the story, right, of the printer plate or the build plate for the X1 carbon, where I had to I bought a hot plate because I couldn't get another cold plate, and I thought, man, this thing comes with. I thought it came with multiple cold plates. Well, it did, in the form of a sticker. So it was like a giant sticker that I had to put on there. Yeah, Grand Oracle. I'm sitting there going, and even the hot plate, after a couple of, it stopped recognizing it. So I'm like, what am I gonna do now? And I don't really like the hot plate. It did not seem to go well with that, no matter what. It was nice having to not do the hot the glue and wash it off every time. But yeah, the hot plate thing, not feeling that. Hey there, Blades. I hope that your stream was really good. And well, Ryan, I guess if you wanted to post anything in the chat, I think there's some folks here now. And Blade, same thing there. If you wanted to share anything in the chat. So Grand Oracle, I found, and I was actually going to do I think a quick little printing workshop on this. But it's that stupid little, basically QR code that it basically scans, and I guess that's what it says to say. Okay, I've got this kind of plate in here, and it's like the location marker, whatever. Now, Sectorix told me that that is a known factor with the because other it's not it hasn't just happened to me, it's happened to a bunch of other folks because you don't realize that's there, especially in the beginning, and you're scraping off the stuff and you don't realize you're scraping off that marker, and then it can't recognize it anymore. So actually, now what Sectorix did is he actually took a picture of it. Everybody, please check out the Insta link that Ryan shared, and same thing, Blades, if you wanted to share your Insta link and such. Let me see. So Velfair, I hope that you're doing well. Oh, let me see if I can bring this up here. Oh, come on. That's not what I was looking for. I was looking for this. Of course, that's not right either. No, we're just going to do this the easier way here. Let me do this. Let me find it here. There we go. Almost there. There. Come on. Stop being a... So this is what we were doing today. Yeah, that was our one-to-one scale terrain project for today. So Grand Oracle, this thing it's kind of old. I actually couldn't find my printing goes ever on watcher in the water. I know I have it because I printed it, but of course that was probably back in 2021. I mean, that was one of the first Lord of the Rings monsters that I ever printed. So again, great to see everybody. What was I gonna say? Yeah, this I think is from 2020, late 2022, Grand Oracle. I think this is late 2022. This came out. Uh, I don't think it was the same as the Cave Drake one. No, I don't think it was the same as the Cave Drake. But it was. I think it was late 2022. Hey there, Lady B. What are we doing here? We're doing this. So again, we are just one follower away. So we have all kinds of characters here. Look at this. Look at this, Velfira and Grand Oracle. This is the original Wapelius Spellbrush right here. So Lady B just trying to hang in there. Trying to hang in there. Hopefully everything is, well, hopefully you're hanging in there too. That's kind of what's, sometimes that's all we can do, right? Blades is just sort of hang in there. Just sort of hang in there and survive in advance. Sometimes that's the best you can do. Sometimes it's like being in the top 10 of college football, right, Ryan? So that new articulating ladder, that made all the difference because let me tell you, it was still, it wasn't exactly, I don't want to say it wasn't smooth sailing, but it was still, even that ladder was bouncing around. It was infinitely better. I mean, the other one, I might have had to do this one in traction, this stream right here, if I was trying to use the other one. So again, sometimes you take the wins where you can get them. Now, Lady B, hopefully, eventually, you'll be able to get the upper hand on those things. And he's hoping that you'll be able to beat that and then just not have to be dealing with that kind of stuff anymore. So thanks, everyone. Please check out the Instagram link that Ryan shared. Please check that out. Let me do a little bit of this. Now, there it is. There you are. Because what I'm looking to do, where you at? Where are you hiding? This is the phase I'm looking to do right now, and then we're going to do the, well, I keep kind of want to call it Shadow Gray now, but that's going to be our Paynes Gray Williamsburg on the top there. I mean, we really do have a full cast of kill. Look at this. Look at this right here. You know who that is. You know who he's looking for. You know who he's looking for. Well, and he brought company too. Yeah, he brought himself some company. Oh wow, I never did get the snow effects on here. Or the foliage effects. All right. Good to know. Oops, that's not where that goes. Not where you go. You go up here. There you are. Yeah, Dwarfy here not going to be, he's not going to be violet. He will not be violet. He won't be gold either. Oh yeah, and this thing drove me nuts because somehow that tentacle didn't get printed, so I had to sculpt that. Well, when you see the video, it's not quite like our Nerf basing video, but there the first segment. Yeah, let's just say there were some untimed downs there. That was a little crazy. Oh, by the way, I will be doing water effects on this afterwards because I want to have water dripping from, well, the hands or the fingers or whatever these things are. So Blades, again, you want to share anything in the chat? Please go ahead. And Blades, again, I hope that the stream was super fun. Boy, oh boy, you know what I wish I had? I wish I had some of my Spacescape paintings here because we just got a raid from Orion's Belt Minis. Orion's Belt, how you doing? Thank you so much, Orion's Belt. Oh, wait a minute. We got these, and it's almost going to be time for these again. Yes, we're going to welcome in Orion's Belt with things of, shall we say, a space nature there. There we go. Yeah, we'll welcome in Orion's Belt with some of our favorite planets there. Now, somewhere here, I do have some other spacescapes, I think. Right? Aren't there? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, that's for Orion's Belt. Hey there, Jamie Daggers. How you doing? Everybody please give Orion's Belt Minis and Jamie Daggers a follow. So there we go. We just we wanted to do something a little special there for Orion's Belt Minis to say thanks for the raid. Earth Lily, how you doing? So we are painting. This is the Watcher in the Water. Now, we actually sculpted all of this water effect stuff here. Now, last Monday, because it is Armada Mondays after all, we did this here. This is the Knight of Umbar. He's essentially a nautical themed Nazgul on Felby. See the water there? That was sculpted same as our water effects here. So we're going to try to achieve the same effects here and even the same kind of colorations on both of these guys here. Now, let's see, what was one of our last streams here was also for Moria. This was a cave dragon that we did, and you might recognize some of the little dwarf friends there. Look at that little sleepy dwarf friend right there. So it was the same usual heavy gloss gel, Jamie, that here we go. Same heavy gloss gel that we used to sculpt the water on this guy right here. Same stuff that we use for our snow and icicles. Right, same stuff that we use for that. Let's see, we got icicles hanging off of this. So see, there's some icicles there. Same heavy gloss gel. It's we call it Elementium, Jamie. We call it Elementium because oh look, it also is fire. So all of the fire that you see on those bases, that was the same heavy gloss gel. It's like, again, you can do anything. Oh, here's another thing you can do with it. Whoops, I think I went too far. So see that stuff on the roof right there? That is also heavy gloss gel. When it's and the fire, also heavy gloss gel. So no more teddy bear fur. No more teddy bear fur. So see you later there, Orion's Belt. Again, everybody please give Orion's Belt a follow if you could. Nice to see you again there, Chimera Paints. How you doing? So yeah, Jamie Daggers, it just works for absolutely everything. Again, we use it for smoke effects. You name it. You name it. It can basically work for anything. And that's what's really, really fun. And that's why we call it Elementium. Again, also works for snow. That's a crucial part of our snow and ice effects. Well, hopefully, Lady B, you can get back in the swing of things with the miniature painting there for sure. Hey Ryan, why don't you I know I just asked you. Why don't you post your oil painted stuff again? Because now we have a bunch of folks here that would be, I'm sure, really happy to see more spectacular oil painted figures. Yep, Lady B. I use that. Yeah, if I want to do blood drips, it can work for that too. So that's why we call it Elementium because it can be anything. It can literally do just about everything. Oh, by the way, we started painting this 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. We're gonna start getting some of our darker things in place here in a few minutes. Few minutes, we're gonna start doing some darker glaze stuff here. So Chimera Paint, thank you so much for being here. Again, I know that the streams have been kind of starting at weird times and later and later and later it seems, and my apologies for that. What I'm hoping is as we get into say December/January, I might be able to on the Saturday streams begin earlier. That's something that I'm hoping for. Weekdays during the day or that early is just really that's kind of a not doable situation. Well, part of it is there's just me here, and that means if there's any packages or whatever deliveries that I have to watch for, which is almost every day, there's nobody there but me to do that. Now I'm pretty sure. Again, this is the colorations that we're looking to mimic here. This was about a 5-hour stream, something like that. And again, you can see how we're building up the water there. And I think this was about a 5+ hour stream here for our cave dragon. Again, another Moria participant right there. I wonder, I think I'm just going to get into some of the darker glazy stuff now. Why don't we do that? Let's do that. Oh, you know what? I was thinking Payne's Gray Violet, but let me just get my Dio Violet here, my Dioxazine Violet. We'll throw this out there. I thought that was already out there. So we got that. We've got our not indigo, otherwise known as the Payne's Gray. Payne's Gray from Williamsburg. Gonna create a little bit of a glazy situation here. Just mixing this up. And then all we're going to do is that. We're just going to touch it to the surface. Let it do whatever it's going to do. It does what it does. We let it flow. Yeah, this is oil paints right here. Regular artist oils right out of the tube. And if you check out the link that Ryan posted, Ryan's got all kinds of really snazzy oil painted miniatures there. So Jamie, I forget if you did, oh gosh, what was it called? Dragonfall? I wasn't sure if you did Dragonfall. And Jamie, oh yeah, geez. Jamie, if you wanted to post anything in the chat, actually, how has the game been going? Jamie, I know you got your new game that you launched. If you wanted to post any links about that, geez, I knew there was something. I'm like, well, there was something I was going to ask Jamie about that's kind of important, and that's what it was. Nice to see you there, Eep Jeep, once again. Sorry that things have been so late, and I know that makes it difficult for folks to be able to check things out. But great to see you again there, Eep Jeep. I hope that all is super well with you. So yeah, Jamie, if you want to post anything about your game, please go ahead. I couldn't quite remember. So yeah, Grand Oracle, I'm pretty sure this is a kind of maybe a November 22 file here, something like that. Just to kind of give you an indication, I'm pretty sure that when I printed this the first time, it was with the version, well, it was at least with the gray resin, which means it has to have been at least 2022 and kind of later in 22. I'm glad that things are going okay there, EG. Now again, we are going to be putting water effects on here. Oh, by the way, I sliced this one right here because, and I'm sure this other tentacle that was missing would have been going down that way as well. So what I did was I just said, all right, we're gonna cut this one off. We'll have it sticking out of the water here. It's an interesting compositional element and also kind of now you'll hear me say on the videos like I was not gonna sculpt anything there, and then I realized if all I have to do is just do this quickie little tube with a little tiny bit of texture on it, I'm like I can do that. So yeah, you'll be hearing that on the video. So again, Eat Jeep, thanks for joining. Appreciate that. Now over here, let me try and get something. Oh, okay, that's got some stuffs on it. Let me try this one here. Okay, oh look at that. We still have at least some of our burgundy there. That is our Perline Crimson. Little bit of paper towel right there. Let's get some of our purple in there, and now get more with the glazy stuff here. Just letting it do its thing. Wherever it goes is where it goes. Alright. What about our little sleepy dwarf pal here? Try some of this. And some of that. Yeah, let's go with a little bit more of the... Not so much of the blue there. So let's have a mix of the Van Dyke brown and our Payne's gray. Now just go in here, and then we'll just go later from this. No big deal. Now for some of the rocks here. Nope, not that one. We'll hit these guys here. Glad I waited to do the kind of the lighter stuff on the water. Well, that'll be kind of one of the next. No, I might actually get some more of the turquoise in the water as well. Looks like we're good there. I think we got a couple of the rocks over here that we're going to want to hit. At least some of that. Okay. So this again is this is 28 minutes right here. That is how long we've been working on this. Okay, fine. A little bit something there. Now let's start doing. Here, let me get this stuff out of the brush here. Thanks, Lady B. We're doing the very similar set to here. Now this is 3D printed from Navarrete Studios. We did 7 Nazgul on 7 streams. And again, that's the water right there, and you can see it's got some of that Mars yellow deep in there, a little bit of the turquoise and the reflection, and then more of the Payne's gray up here. And you can kind of see we're starting to get towards that that fell beastie right there. Now let's get. I'm gonna use this one. Phthalo green, Prussian blue. Okay, not that much. Okay, there we go. Still reminds me of the disappointment of the Prussian green. The Prussians let me down there. That was most unexpected. Sure, we'll fire in some more of that here. Maybe even, I might go more of a glazy situation also. How's about a little bit of our fabulous cobalt teal? bluish. Well, Eep Jeep, hopefully you'll be able to get back into the painting swing again. It's not always easy. Life definitely throws twists and turns into that. Hey there, Darth Jameson. How you doing? Unfortunately, well, Darth, what I'm actually the well, fast forward to the end. This is the end here. What I'm hoping to do is eventually be able to live stream games of Middle Earth strategy battle game. Now, I suppose the delay is not the worst thing in the world since the rule system is changing. So maybe that kind of worked out for the best. That we'll kind of let the that's it. We can start live streaming once we've got the new rules and we kind of know the new rules. That sounds like a good plan there. Well, Eat Jeep again. I hope that you get to do some painting again, and I guess well sometimes you just have to pick some easy hits, right? Just some stuff that'll be kind of easy to kind of slide back into the painting vibes there. So yeah, Darth, unfortunately I never get to play anything. Part of it is we're either streaming or we're filming, like this right here. This thing I just finished editing and rendering this video. So right after the stream, this is going to be posted or uploaded to YouTube, and then it's going to go onto the Patreon page. So yeah, that's why I figured, well, okay, if we live stream the games, then I might actually get to play some games. Otherwise, not so much. So that's kind of the dastardly plan that we have here. Is to say, all right, what if? But now, since again the rule system is a changing, why don't I just wait until all that stuff has occurred, right? Instead of trying to live stream the old system, and that would be confusing. So uh, I just never thought they were ever going to be doing something like that. But of course, the War of the Rohirrim movie and also the Hunt for Gollum stuff, yeah, that sort of changed everything. So yeah, Eep Cheap, I'm really hoping that you get a chance to start painting again. And obviously, you would love to be, I got this mega project that's kind of been in limbo now because I haven't been painting it a bit. Maybe hit the mega project after just kind of doing at least a few figs first, kind of getting that muscle memory back, right? Actually, hey Darth Jameson, if I don't know if you have any pictures of it, right? A Discord or an Insta link or something like that. But if you want to share your army, by all means do that. What are we looking at here? Give me this. Touch my radiant green here, and then let me get some of that radiant turquoise in there. And let's start maybe having it some of our lighter water effect here. Because I gotta let this stuff set now. So we have to let some of this stuff set. Okay, that was going to be my primary blending brush. We'll just grab this as a blending brush here. There you go. Well, I can really see the green in that, in what I've got here. There you go. So instead of trying to layer after layer after layer, right? Let's just not do that. Let's just go right to it. Let's not fool around. Let's get right to the source. You know what? That's pretty foamy right there. Now the other thing you can do, again, those water effects we want to add, kind of post painting, whatever. I can take the crushed glass snow, from Armored Wolf Productions. It's the only place you can get that stuff. The crushed glass snow from Armored Wolf Productions, and I can mix it with my water effects and create foam. Right? I mean, it's gonna look like foam. Everybody, please give Eep Jeep a follow. So Eep Jeep, if you wanna promo the channel or anything like that, please go ahead and do that. Here, we're waiting to see if we actually get to our 9K followers here. We are sitting at 8999. And I think we got actually one or two in between the Saturday stream and today. Because I think we were 2 away or something like that. 2 or 3 away. So we thank everybody for all the follows. We also thank Armored Wolf, obviously, for doing all the moderations over all this time. We have to thank all the folks that have supported the channel, especially Valfira and Ryan and Grant Oracle, all the folks that have kind of been here for a long, long time, Landrast and such. And of course, Drax. I know that Drax is, I think because of the work situation, not streaming right now, but we also want to give Drax a shout out. Because I think my very first raid was Drax. And I think there are still a few folks from those old days, like Teals, that are still streaming. I haven't seen Steep T in a very long time. Again, I don't seem to see the notifications for everybody, so that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not streaming. So yeah, Eep Jeep, it's pretty wild. It's been essentially 4 years, 6 months, and a couple of days. No, a week. That's it. Yeah. Well, 4 years, 6 months, and 8 days. That is the exact count there. Hey there, Michael. Also, Michael Paints Minis has been a huge help to the channel. Now, everybody should also be a help to Michael Paints Minis channel and give Michael Paints Minis a follow also. So, Michael, if there's anything you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead. So yeah, Michael, this video here is going to go up on the Patreon page after the stream. This again, there's a whole bunch of well, again, humor at my expense with trying to get these tentacles attached on there, and then realizing that one somehow either was never printed out or I just don't know where that one is, which is hilarious in a way that's not hilarious because I only just printed this out last week. It wasn't like this was printed out. Well, I did print one out in November of whatever, or back in 22. I just didn't want to bother looking for it, so I printed another one and promptly, of course, lost at least 1 or 2 of the parts, because that's what you do. Yeah, it's so easy to lose those things, right, Michael? You never know where you might put them, and just leave them around. Who knows, right? So again, everybody, please give Michael Paint Minis a follow if you could. So you can see how that water's starting to work out there. It's starting to get even more broiling there. And remember, after all this dries, we are going to be doing some more with the water effects. Yeah, Michael, you can say honestly, I just misplaced it somewhere, and they might be a little skeptical. Just saying. Well, we're gonna be doing a little bit of wet blend in there because we still have some of the glazy stuff sitting there. Now, one of the key things about this video is obviously the water effects, but the other thing was the composition. So like here you've got you have the arms coming over this wall. This wall was not originally supposed to be there. I was actually still going to try and use my dwarf texture roller on this, and then I realized, no, I don't think that's what we want to do. Now here, that's almost straight out of the tube consistency right there. Well, that's fantastic, Michael. Yeah, Mike, again, if you want to share any links in the chat there, please go ahead and do that. Like I said, we're probably going to throw some more of our fast matte white out here. Like so. Here. Maybe some more light over there. So yeah, more and more fast matte white. This is the gambling stuff here. I think we got, yeah. There it is. So yeah, Michael, this is the Watcher in the Water. So it's for our Moria army. And I thought, well, it's a neat way, well, especially after our nautical-themed Nazgul, right? I did the same thing. I also wanted to, I did want to do a video on that. Now, in a little bit, I think I will be doing our black along the edge there because that's going to help me really see what we've got going on here. You know, how truly dark are some of the darks in the water here? Or is it just kind of all relative because I have nothing to really compare it to? So yeah, Michael, this is 3D printed from Khurzluk Miniatures. Also, too, the little dwarf casualty there, that's also from Khurzluk. Get some of this down all the way, maybe down into there. Little blending brush action right there. Lighten this up back in here. And again, once this is done, we're going to have water dripping off of him in the same way as, as our icicles and such. Now there, I might throw a little teensy bit of blue in that or something. Or teal or whatever. And like our icicles, it's just the heavy gloss gel. But I think for that effect, I might just add in some of the teal or again, some of our blue. Yeah, here we are. Yeah, we still, we're just going to have to wait until that sets a little bit more to get down in here. Again, sorry about the voice there, since I was just filming a video. That means the voice has gotten used and abused a bit here, even before the stream. Here we go. I don't think we haven't gotten anything, any of our latest light over here on these guys yet. Blending brush steel. More of our light along that. Along here. Down even in here. Blending brush again. So once we've got this established here, then we swing back around to this guy and start getting some later things in him, maybe some opposing colors and Again, to make it look a bit more in line with the colorations that we did on that Navarrete Nazgul. Nah, take our blending brush to that. And take some of that away. We did employ some of our cobalt teal bluish, which ironically enough is from all the way back on what, our Friday stream of last week or whatever? No, our Monday stream. Yeah, because there was kind of a large pile of Severus blue, and now, well, there's not much of it. That teensy little bit of, not sorry, Severus blue, the cobalt teal bluish, there's still some of that surviving from Monday. So, what does that indicate? That's not really the fastest drying color ever. Hey there, Sector X, nice to see ya. How you doing there, Sector X? Now, this was our stream last Monday here. Now, this one, well, it did actually have, oh, look at it, even had a wheel there. And it had an anchor. Had an anchor, too. So, yeah, this was the Nazgul that we did last week, and I just wanted to do another thing with some water effects there. So great to see you again there, Sector X. Let me throw some more of my light up on top of the rock here. And like I said, we're going to be hitting this with our water effects after all this stuff is dry. So Darth Jameson, all of these basically the next day, if they haven't been completely dry, they've certainly been dry 2 days later. So this, we painted this one up on Saturday. And what's today? It's Monday. So this was less than 48 hours ago. And as you can see, I'm grabbing this. It's completely dry. So yeah, I'm grabbing him by the wings and such. So he is dry. And again, he was our Saturday stream. Thank you so much for the raid, Wicked Minis. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Wicked Minis a follow. And of course, Wicked Minis, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So Wicked Minis, I think you might have raided. Speaking of our Nazgul here, I think you might have raided while we were painting this one, right? So again, what we're trying to do is the same thing. You see we got our water going right there. Trying to do the same thing here. You can see that the coloration is also going to be very, very similar to what we did with this guy. And 48 minutes ago, there was no paint on this. This was a paint-free object 48 minutes ago. So Wicked Minis, if you wish to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And of course, everybody please give Wicked Minis a follow. I'm painting this with our regular oil paint, and we use the same technique, the heavy gloss gel, to actually sculpt it. See, there's actual waves there, and you can see that we're painting it. Same oils, same idea, same concepts. Also, well, here's some other stuff that we painted again on our Armada Monday streams. Well, you can see where's some more of our Armada stuff here. Again, the same idea. Whether it's a World War II ship or one of our Armada ships. Again, that's from Mantic. I think I might do a little touch of thinner in there, and okay, yeah, that helped. That worked out pretty well. So get Wicked Minis. If you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And if everybody could please give Wicked Minis a follow, that would be great. Blending brush, where you hiding? There you are. Let me see if we can't put a little bit of this here. Take this blending brush. and make that just a wee bit even more foamy. It's happening over here. We'll take our blending brush to that. Helps to lighten it up a little bit over here. More blending brush action. There we go. So get Wicked Minis. Appreciate the raid as always. Brands that we're using: Winsor Newton, Gamlin, Richardson, and of course Williamsburg. So Velfair will be sure to do some film noir with the dragon, the cave dragon, because holy smokes, talk about object source lighting you can turn on and off, right, Velfair, with just the turning the gray filter on and off. Really amazing. Okay, we've got that. Oh yeah, let's hit this too. Oh, definitely down here. It's happening up here. We should maybe do a little something over the top of this. Now this is this one tentacle here. We sculpted because we wanted that to be going down into the water there. We can go later over here too, can't we? With that blending brush go hiding. And in here. Some more over there. I'll see if I can find a little bit more of our lighter, foamy, churny color in here. Those are highly technical aquatic terms there. Now we need some more of that lighter stuff over here too. To the blending brush. On this side of our little wall there. Get around that tentacle there. Blending brush. Hit it here. So yeah, we appreciate all of the follows from the last stream. There was a bunch of them. I think they were trying hard to push everything towards that towards the 9K mark there. And like I said, we actually have some of the, well, not only the most beloved, but in some cases some of the most feared characters. As we welcome in Viracourt. How you doing, Viracourt? Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Everybody please give Viracourt a follow. So Viracourt, thank you so much for the raid. That is appreciated. And of course, if you have anything in the chat, I know you just finished your stream, but if you have some work in progress Discord links, or if you want to head off and do the get to the photo booth real quick, please go ahead and do that. 54 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. We are trying to paint the Watcher in the water. This is 3D printed from Khurzluk Miniatures. Glad that you're doing well there, Viracourt. Not sure if you saw our Nazgul on Fellbeast here, but as you can see, we're kind of doing the same thing with the water there, and as you can see, we're going to be doing the same thing overall with the skin, scales, whatever itself. Well, very cool. I'm hoping that you had a blast doing that. Hopefully you had lots of fun playing some games. Lightening this up a little bit here. And everybody please give Vericore a follow if you could. Hey there, Sarge. Nice to see you, Sarge. Thank you so much. There you go. Well, that sounds very cool there, Vericore. Okay, I'm glad that you were able to do that tonight. And of course, well, Sarge, if you want to share anything in the chat like usual, please go ahead. So, yeah, Sarge, this, again, this was the one-to-one scale terrain project right here. So, Sarge, even as long ago as 2021, I started sealing all of the gutters because these are the original gutters here. Yeah, these are the original gutters, and that's I think they originally painted white. Then there's a couple of layers, well, probably 10 layers of brown over there, and then I just painted over the top of that. And we're going to say thank you so much to Recoil. Everybody, please give Recoil13 a follow. 27 months. Thank you so much, Recoil. And of course, Recoil, if you want to share all the buggies and stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So, Recoil, thank you so much. That is definitely appreciated. And again, everybody please give Recoil a follow. And Sarge, you want to post a tiger in the chat? Actually, Sarge, did you have any luck on your buildings? I wasn't sure if you've had a chance to kind of extend that hunt and maybe find something that could possibly work. No problem there, Veracore. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Thanks for being here. And everybody, please give Veracore a follow if you could. Thanks, Veracore. Now we got this down here. Now we're gonna go like so. So again, Recoil, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Oh, that's the other thing that happened over the weekend. I'd never even seen pickleball before, but for a very brief moment, I think about 20 minutes or so, we actually did play that. The bigger thing there is that as someone who had played ping pong and tennis for years and years and years and years, I kept well, let's put it this way, the spin that I was putting on that ball, it was very much like a ping pong ball. It would basically it would hit the ground and go in the opposite direction, much like what would happen with a ping pong ball. Because, well, the paddles they had were wood, and when I heard the sound of that wiffle ball on wood, all I kept thinking was ping pong. Well, Sarge, again, I'm sorry that I can't 3D print those for you. But obviously that would not have the detail that you're looking for. So Rico, hopefully everything is all fantastic down there for Mom and for Squeak and such. Now I'm almost tempted to do that black along the edge. We'll wait a little bit. Let's wait a little. Let's get to again, maybe some of this other stuff. Let this have a chance to set down here. Van Dyke Brown. Okay, fine. We'll use some of our ice blue to try and make that a little bit less of the violet there. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Oh, geez, I didn't realize there was a hype train going on. Sorry about that. Thanks, Sectrix. I'll shoot you a message tomorrow, see how things are going. Let's do this here. Well, it's 90% to a level 2. Look out, that is coming right at you. Look out. There it is. There's the hype train. Thank you so much, Sarge. I do believe. Oh, it's almost a level 2. It is a level 2. There we go. That is a level 2. What does that mean? What could a level 2 mean? I'm not sure. Oh, wait a minute. That's what it means. It means more hype. It means more hype. There it is. Hype train. There it goes. Hype train. All aboard. All aboard those hype trains. There it goes. Here it's coming right at you. Again, look out. Well, that thing moves really fast. So thank you so much, Sarge. Thank you so much, Grant Oracle. Appreciate that. And Recoil. Thank you so much. Now, where's the... Oh, here it is. So I'm trying to do is get a little bit of something, not just lighter, but something a little bit on the warmer side too on some of these rocks here. Well, those are mostly stones. They are also 3D printed, ironically. It was just because during the video I just needed to save some time, and I didn't want to sit there and just mess around with all, chopping up my Scopy blocks. So I just grabbed these things, stuck them on there. So how you doing there, Recoil? I hope that everything is fantastic. Now let me get, there we go. Let me get the ice blue into this now. Let's hit this edge here. Thanks, Recoil. So Recoil, it was a crazy day in college football. Now it could have been even crazier, but oh my goodness. So Recoil, just imagine every day or every week in footy is basically elimination week. Starting with about, I want to say round 10. Nah, round 8 or 9, Recoil. And every time you lose, you basically risk the loss of your season. That's fantastic, Recoil. Now we're going to get some of this stuff in here. So Blade, again, Blades, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Not sure if you had a chance to do that or not. I'm trying to get a little bit of the lighter gray up there, a little bit of the lighter gray on this. Yeah, not too light because, well, then our water's not gonna look super light, is it? What do we want to do for the eyes? And it looks like, no, there's just those eyes. Not quite sure what we wants to do with those. Let me try. Let me grab this thing. Hey, Shoshi, how you doing? Everybody, please give Shoshi's minis a follow. Shoshi, I hope you're doing super, super well. And of course, if there's anything you want to share in the chat, please go ahead. Now, actually, have you had a chance to do some streaming again? And well, if you are, be sure to share the Twitch channel and such in the chat if you want to. So everybody, please give Shoshi's Miniatures a follow. How you doing? It's yes, it's late. This is kind of when the streams begin for the last. Oh gosh, I wouldn't think about what the last year or so. The streams have just kind of been starting later and later and later. That's fantastic. Again, if you want to share any of the miniatures that you created there, Shoshi, I know that you had a couple of sculpts that you had designed. And if you want to share those, please go ahead. Oh, that's fantastic. Wow. Yeah, Rico, I'm gonna have to try like use DHL or something like that to get you guys something. Maybe that'll work better. Post office surely not the way to go. But great to see you. And I hope the grad school is going, of course, tremendously well. Nah, I don't want that card. Let's change this around here. Let's change this all around, and we're gonna. Oh, there's my icy blue. Let me see what happens with this. That's better. I think we got ourselves a Night Whisper. How you doing there, Night Whisper? Thanks for the raid. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Night Whisper a follow, of course. So, Night Whisper, I think you saw the Knight of Umbar get painted right here. Let me move this. There we go. And as you can see, the water effects, kind of a similar thing, right? We sculpted the water effects there. And I think you can see we're trying to do a similar coloration on our Watcher in the water here as we did on Monsignor Fellbeast right here. So everybody, please give Night Whisper a follow. Oh, and of course, there might have been some object source lighting too. Minor details. Oh, I was I was supposed to change these things out because I knew there was something I was supposed to do. Because this was our last stream. We painted 6 gobos in about 5 hours here. Actually, it was less than 5 hours. So yeah, we painted up these guys right there. Uh, and of course, this was our last stream. Oh gosh, was this Saturday? Yeah, I think this was Saturday right here. Just a little dragon. He was about 5-ish hours, something like that. And he's also part of our Moria army here. Yeah, it is that way, right? Oh, thanks, Shoshi. I appreciate that. Um, do we? Oh, yeah, we do have some of our other Nazgul here. I mean, we did 7 of these in 7 streams. So here's another one that we did. Let me grab it this way so you can see some of the building there. Again, all of these painted with the oils of between 4.5, 5 hours a piece. You can see that we did some different color schemes on each one. Yep, definitely all oils all the time, Shoshi. All oils all the time. That's what we're using right here on this guy. There's my brush. We've done some interesting. Here we go. This is also a good example here. We've done some really fun stuff with primer painting, where we're mixing inks with the Stynylrez primer. Actually, the face was mostly painted with primer. The cloak was mostly primer. And I've even been able to almost mix fluorescent primers. Literally taking fluorescent ink, mixing them with a light primer, and then poof, you got yourself primer painting. Hey there, Tommy, how you doing? Thanks, Tommy. Now, one thing that can be helpful, and well, we don't have too many of them here. I don't have as many of my colors as I usually do. But these lights can be very helpful. Now, again, let's say you want to do something with, source lighting or whatever, right? Having something like this, right, kind of helps you establish that. It even helps you with things like, say, a cast shadow here. So you see that cast shadow revealed by the light? Well, we painted that in because the oracle of the flashlight said it should be there. And of course, now there's many, many different versions of these, many different colors. Here's one that's a little bit, now here, this can help you determine, okay, do you want moonlight? Maybe so it's a harsh light like that. Do you want maybe a more of a dim ambient light? So what you could do is you could take a picture of your miniature there, and then basically it would be a nice little reference for you. Thank you so much, Tommy. Well, I do believe that is a 9K. So that I do believe we reached the 9K mark. At least, yep, there it is. It shows 9000 on the stream. Tommy, thank you so much. Appreciate that. There's the hype train for 9K. There we go. And of course, that does mean I think we should have it this way. We've never done this before. Ah, so you realize that you didn't have to fight that Balrog. It's like, well, he's a Meyer. I thought, I got a glow stick and a kitchen utensil. What could possibly go wrong? He's like, yeah, dude, not a great idea. That's why there's two of us now. So thank you so much, Tommy. Appreciate that. That is a 9K. What also breakout. So this was the original Wapelius spell brush here. This was painted on our first stream anniversary back in 2000. We've painted now a couple of these. So we've been at this 4 years, 6 months, and 8 days. So 4, 6, and 8. So 4, 6, 8. Thank you so much, Tommy. Appreciate that. So Shoshi, there's a whole variety of these. Sometimes they're called balloon lights. This is a classic balloon light right here. So basically, it's like a light grenade. You pull this pin, you shove it in the balloon, you inflate that, and then you got a glowy balloon. Now, if you pop this thing around somebody, I can't quite tell where it's going to go, but there's all different colors of these things. Purple, blue, red, green, orange, whatever. So all kinds of fantastic stuff. They also work, well, let me see here. Let me see if we can do this super quick here, like. Let's see, where's my Instas? There it is. Nope, that's not what we want. We want this, this, and this. There we go. So they also work like this. So here's some of our terrain, and we put some of those lights inside the terrain. So instead of having to do LED lighting, right, so we've got it like so, and there is the same thing at night, right, with just those different lights in the terrain. So they have all kinds of really fun purposes. So thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. And of course, again, we toast Armored Wolf. We toast all the folks. Oh, hey there, Gilded Brush. Nice to see ya. And yeah, Gilded Brush, and they're super cheap. They are super cheap. Now, Michael Paints Minis. You were saying that a lot of the ones you found were blinking. So just make sure that they're not a blinking one, because that won't be super helpful. So just that's a little piece of advice from Michael Paints Minis is just take a good look at the listing and make sure that it's actually not a blinking light, because that won't be as helpful as you might think. So Gilded Brush, I just get them on Amazon, and they should really only be, say if you're getting a package of 50 of them, it should really only be $6 or $7. It really shouldn't be much more than that. I think you can get up to 100 sometimes. And as you can see, there's different types of lights. I think, can I actually get to my box of them here? 1 second, maybe I can. Yeah, let's see, I think we have another one over here somewhere. Oh, here's another one. No, that one's also yellow. I was hoping I could find one of my orange ones or something like that. Though they also can make regular, nice regular flashlight. Here we go. So that's a green one right there. This one actually has a nice little switch on it. So these are just little party lights right here. Again, all sorts of different colors. Yes, Night Whisper, for sure. And Night Whisper, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go right ahead. Yeah, just imagine. Last time I blinked was, well, never, because somebody forgot to sculpt me with eyelids. It's like, that's really harsh. She's like, could you maybe watch what you're doing with those things? It's like, dude, I'm sculpted this way. There's lots of them. It's like, yeah, but again, no eyelids. Seriously, 4 years ago, you sculpted this thing with no eyelids? It's like, yeah, who does that? So Shoshi, back in 2020, Kathy and I, we did, for Christmas, we did cookie decorating streams. And you can actually see those cookies on my Instagram. And the Hype Train cookie, well, it was never supposed to be a Hype Train cookie initially. It was just a train. But then it became associated with the Hype Train. I'm just going to zoom in a little bit here, and well, then the legend was born. Proper popper, yes. Sadly, no eyelids. And of course, let me see. 1 hour, 15 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. That's also where the don't blink, like Night Whisper just cited. That is where the don't blink legend also arose, because things they're painted suspiciously fast here. And well, now we have done some more cookies. Actually, for the first time ever in Wappelville, Halloween cookies were done because I could 3D print the cookie cutters. We also have more. Uh, we have even more variety in our cookie cutters because we have Easter ones, but we've also got again the whole slew of new Christmas cookie cutters because we don't have enough crazy stuff going on here. So everybody, please check out that link that Night Whisper just posted. Please check that out. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures by Night Whisper also. And again, Recoil, if you want to share your link again, please go ahead and do that. Everybody also give Recoil13 a follow while you're at it. Yeah, yeah. Well, the Weeping Angels, right, Shoshi? So they're so fast, right? You can't blink. So that's where that craziness came from. Was the Weeping Angels and the Christmas cookie that has no eyelids, and lets everybody know about it. That is one cranky cookie right there. That'd be fabulous, Night Whisper. That'd be fantastic. There we go. Because well, our last stream, I think it was about 4.5, 5 hours. We painted 6 of these gobos with their casualties, with their object source lighting, even a little bit of non-metallic in there. I mean, here's another. Again, this was about a 5-ish hour stream or so. That cave drake right there. This is also from Khurzluk Miniatures, by the way. Do we got a Balrog sitting here? Yeah, we do. So this one was again about a 5-ish hour stream or so. That one is from Clay Cyanide. Thanks, Gilded Brush. Appreciate that. Yeah, this is a channel of many things. It's a Lord of the Rings channel. It's a cavalry channel. It's a Song of Ice and Fire channel. It's an object source lighting channel, a freehand channel, an exercise channel, a cuisine channel. But wait, there's more, because it's also a home repair channel. Yeah, because that's we love our home repairs here. That's what I was doing earlier today with the gift of the articulating ladder. We were able to finally get that front part of the house done. Only waited about 4 months to be able to do that part. So we call that 1-to-1 scale terrain. I mean, normally our terrain is, well, more like, well, there's our Moria army there. Oh, look, there's another Moria dragon. But usually this is what we're doing terrain-wise here. But every so often, we do, or here, oh, these lately have been fun. 28 millimeter ships. We've done 4 of those already. And again, those are for our Corsairs of Umbar. Always respect the Umbar. Well, thanks, Josh. Appreciate you being here. And again, if you want to share anything in the chat, and good luck with all of with that is quite the endeavor there. So I hope all of that works out fantastically. And I'll try and shoot you a message, a Facebook message or something like that, if that's okay. See how things are going. fill you in on the goings on. Just trying to get a wee bit of, there we go. Okay, so you can see already that has what was that, 7-8 minutes of stuff there. That's already generated a lot more interest there. So that's fantastic, Night Whisperer. And again, everybody please check out that link that Night Whisperer just posted there. And give Night Whisperer a follow. I think I should probably make this a little lighter down here. Wasn't gonna originally. Also, too, I have to figure there's going to be some more of our water effects there. So after this dries, we will add the water effects, kind of, well, like we do with our snow and icicles. So here's our Galadrim army, right? There's the icicles, there's the snow. That was added after the painting. Oh yeah, so again we have all kinds of characters here. So I got a bone to pick with you. It's like, what? You know all those that 20 loaves of lambus bread you ate? It's like, yeah, that tasted really good, but holy smokes, man. Talk about the fiber content. It's like, yeah, well, about that. You do know where all that stuff went when they cleaned it up, right? It's like, no. He's like, well, you're looking at it here. It's like, yeah, sorry about that. Oh, he's sorry. Yeah, that's fantastic. So this is Alex the Cave Troll. Remember, this is what's pretty much kicked off the silly Marillion here. I told you there was going to be a cast of thousands tonight. Did I not? I told you there was going to be a cast of that. Hopefully Mum is watching this, Recoil. Because we need to give Mum some chuckles here. Yeah, tonight tonight is the Wappleville Comedy Club. Grand Oracle already kicked it off with a pun earlier. And well, Recoil, obviously limericks has been a specialty of yours. I think you and Surface Tension had a competition going in the limerick field there. So I'm going to put me some light here. I'm going to go grab this as a blending brush here. Oh, sorry, let me, because we got Bonko Buckers, we got Kentucky Fried, we got Creep Show, we got everybody in here. So see you later, there's Shoshi. And Josarius, and Dorograx. Hey, nice to see you back too. So everybody, again, please give Darling Creepshow a follow. So Darling Creepshow, I hope that you are doing well. And of course, like always, you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Now, what are we painting here? What in the world is this? This is the Watcher in the Water. Watcher in the Water. We started painting him about 83 minutes ago. Yeah, he had no paint on him. He's also part of our Moria army, but last Monday, we painted this guy. So this is the Knight of Umbar right here. And as you can see, we got this the water effects over here. Well, I thought, you know what? Let's sculpt that again for our Watcher in the Water. He also has a little dwarf buddy with him there. He's just sticking around. He's just sticking around. We had some other dwarf buddies on our Saturday stream here. Look at that, some more dwarf buddies. It's like, yeah, you know, these guys are always sleeping. I want to have some fun with them, but gee whiz, they just do nothing but sleep. Look at this guy. Look at him. He's just, of course, they're skeletons, but I didn't know that skeletons need sleep. So thanks, Creepshow. Appreciate you being here. Kagomi's very nice to see you. And Canadian Ancient Gamer. How you doing there, Cag? So yeah, Canadian. This is done with heavy gloss gel, and we call it Elementium because we use it for, well, all things. In this case, snow and icicles. In these cases over here, how's about some fire? Yep, that fire was sculpted with the very same stuff. Oh, but wait, there's more. You see those roofs right there? That is also heavy gloss gel. Once you paint it, see that? No teddy bear fur, no fuss, no muss. Oh, also the flames, heavy gloss gel. So Kaguma's Fury, if you wish to share any link in the chat there. I know you've been painting up some really fun larger scale minis. And of course, Kagomi's Fury, where you're going to be streaming during this week. Let folks know. Let folks know. I know sometimes, well, the streaming schedule can be random, right? And same thing there, Darling Creep Show. If you wish to share something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And everybody, please give Darling Creep Show a follow if you could. So yeah, Creep Show. Well, we just hit. Oh, we hit 9,001. We hit 9,001. So thank you so much for the follow. Let me see if there was another one here. No, I don't see another one in there. So thank you so much for all the follows, everybody. Again, as we now have reached the 9,000 mark, we also, again, we want to say thank you to Armored Wolf, who has had to listen to all of the ramblings here for well over 4.5 years. And we appreciate all the folks that have pretty much been here since the beginning. In the beginning, there was no stream, and then there was. So Kagome's Fury, 9 p.m. Central, Friday and Saturday. So again, everybody please give Kagome's Fury that follow. And also to Falling Freely. No, sorry, Darling Creep Show. Falling Freely was in our last stream and rated us. And that's when we got to do our little tongue twister of freeze. So again, we are trying to match the colorations. Here, you can see how we're getting in that Mars yellow deep, right? And then over here, we're gonna get the ice blue mixed with the Payne's gray from Williamsburg. So that's what we're gonna be doing on the dorsal side here. Same thing on the tentacles. Diadems, nice to see you again. Let me see. Well, it's not quite a happy Tuesday here yet, but I know for a number of folks it is already a happy Tuesday. So great to see everybody. You will get to get a bit more of our light over here. Let me do this. Again, look how I have to hold this brush. Almost at the end. Just a couple of fingers, and we do this. Now we grab another brush that we like to call a blending brush. That's a hard to reach area, right? Can you imagine having to reach into that with just, well, your regular acrylic paints somehow? Good luck. We don't have to worry about that here. Yeah, Night Whisper, same here. So we're going to be a bit famished by the end of the stream, especially since this is a Q&A stream. Yes, indeed. Recoil, I was telling the family all about your air fryer. My niece, I guess, let's just put it this way, her fiance was skeptical about air fryers. Was not sure, then she got one. She just said, I'm getting one. Let's just put it this way, 2 days after she got it, he air fried everything in the refrigerator. He used it all up. So see you later there, Night Whisper. And of course, Recoil, I'm going to have to start where we're talking about those bread recipes. And of course, Blades, this bread's going to have fromage. Ironically enough, the first bread that was suggested to me was some Asiago fromage, which you know we like. So I think that's going to have to happen, Blades. Yes, Asiago fromage. Again, this is a Q&A channel. It's also an exercise channel. We showed you that it's also a home improvement channel. Also a Song of Ice and Fire channel. Speaking of sculpting effects on the bases, Oh, where are we at here? Where's our Outriders? So that is Daz air dry clay. It wasn't all that different from what I did here to sculpt the water effects. Almost the very same thing to do that. Now let's scroll on back up here. Now, pretty soon we will get back to our 1/1800 scale ships for our Armada Mondays, but same effect. I mean, it's the same heavy gloss gel. You can see the texture there, but painted in the same color. So it's two very different things. Same materials, obviously, and the same principle. So yeah, recoil. We will be. We're gonna have to start doing some. Well, I got that mixer now, recoil, and well, let's put it this way. I want to get my money out of that, or my money's worth. I guess is that the phrase. So to me, I'm thinking if I'm able to make some bread there, especially in the wintertime, even if it's not in the Ninja or in the air fryer, I gotta buy me some chickpeas tomorrow. Speaking of putting stuff in the air fryer, I gotta get me some of those tomorrow. Man, it's been a while. Let me say, one channel to rule them all, and in the madness bind them. I think that's how that phrase goes. Recoil. We do a little bit of everything here. And of course, it was also a puppet show channel. Yes, we do have, but we had some of them already. So again, I'm just going to chuck that on there. Blending brush. We already have paint that's sitting on here. Remember, we did some initial dry brush stuff. We also then did some glaze stuff. So see over here, see all those hard edges? Watch this. Watch as we just pull this stuff over here. Look at that. That's how something like this can be painted in 4 or 5-ish hours, whatever. You know what? We should probably try to do that down here. Let's do that down here again. Now this one has some paint on it, and that's for a good reason, because I also want to get a little bit of that water. So this is basically a blending brush that I used, I don't know, about an hour ago when I was painting the water. Somewhere around an hour, 50 minutes ago, whatever. Okay, that's better. There. Yeah, this is 3D printed from Khurzluk Miniatures. Even the little dwarf casualty over here. Speaking of which, I'm gonna go after him with some more dark stuff here. Ah, the lemon. That's right, Rico. Actually, believe it or not, Rico, I was telling the family also about that because I don't think my niece's air fryer can do the dehydration. I did ask them about that, but they were immediately intrigued by that idea. As soon as they heard that, they said, "Wait a minute, dehydrating." So we got to try that too. So yeah, that could be interesting. Let me see. Yeah, let me try and break up some of the asphaltum here, and we're just going to do a little bit of there. Needless to say, we want this to be kind of stained here. Salt water and all. Well, maybe salt water, maybe not. Okay, Gomisphere, I hope that you have a super night's sleep there. That is something that I am definitely going to need myself. Oh, yeah. Because there was no sleep Sunday night, or Saturday into Sunday, And there weren't much last night either because I had to get a whole bunch of stuff ready, like this thing, because I was filming the video on this. So yeah, I'm just again throwing some rust into here. That also acts as a little bit of a contrasty thing here, right, with all the turquoise down there. Now, oh, you know what I want to do? Let me hit that black line around here. Hopefully, I got myself some of my water sitting around here. Okay, good. There's some water in that. We're gonna grab this here, and I need to hit this edge to see just how light some of this stuff is over here. So let me do that. Let me try doing that. You know what? I'm actually gonna get some of the weight out of here. And maybe I don't know if I want to use this brush here. I just want to get that weight out of there first. Let me try this thing. So again, this is our not blackest black. It's almost blackest black, but not quite. It's not the Stuart Simple stuff. In fact, I need to get some more of this here. I keep forgetting because we've almost used it all up. So first thing, something like black primer. Then this, because this has good adhesion, but it's also much more rugged than the Stuart Simple stuff. So first this, then the final coating or whatever would be the Stuart Simple stuff. Now, you're going to see a dramatic difference here when that hits that, so you can look at that. That's why I'm doing this now before I try to finalize the water, because otherwise, look at this. Look at how light he's going to look compared to this. Everything is relative. Context matters. It matters a lot. You lighten up one color, everything around it's going to seem darker. That's what the primer stuff. If you use white primer or black primer, either way, it's going to severely affect all the colors that you put on there. If it's super light primer, everything just looks dark. And I know that a lot of folks, they only paint one area at a time. They're not painting the whole miniature at once. Of course, that's another thing that the oils essentially forces you to do, is to paint the entire figure all at once. So you can see, look at the difference here. All of a sudden, that dark water doesn't seem quite so dark, does it? Same thing here, look at that. The so-called darks in there, all of a sudden now they look like what they actually are, which is midtones. Midtones, nothing fancy about it. It just means, let's say you got a value scale at 1 to 10. Midtones kind of fall in that 4 through 7 range. So 1, 2, 3 would be your light. 8, 9, and 10 would be your darks. And that 4 through 7 range, that tends to be your midtones. So there you go. Now I can really get a good idea of just what my as far as how light or dark that water is. All right, I might actually get maybe some more of our blue in that too. Now I do need to clean this off, and again, that's just some water right there. Let me do this. Here's a paper towel. Okay, good enough. Just needed to do that. Put that away. Again, big old difference there. Big old difference. And even here, see that little tiny bit of the kind of pinkish type color in there? See what the difference that also made. I would like to try that. I'm going to get some of this here violet going. We'll see how possible this is with all of the stuff in the way there, but I'm trying to get a little dark around the eye there. As you can see, we're going to have to sacrifice some of this here. Something for an eye there. Let's see if we can do that over here. There's plenty of stuff in the way. I don't even know if you can see that. Yeah, there's a tentacle in the way there for you guys too. But at least we got the eye in there. And the enemy of good is always better, so we're just going to leave it. We're going to say, you know what? I actually was able to get the brush down in there. Good enough. No more fooling around. Now here, let's not fool around. Let's get some dark in here. Maybe some of our violet, some of our blue. For these gills, because again, we have a whole bunch of midtones. We got some 6s and some 7s in there. Now we're looking to get some 8s and 9s and 10s. That is not a delicate enough blending brush. Let me try this guy. That is what I'm looking for. Push that dark out here too. So again, some dark. Look at the difference between that and say these gills over here. Maybe that's what they are. Now the way this is sculpted, again, this is from Khurzluk miniatures. There is, I guess there's legs on this thing. I obviously did not want the legs. The reason why he put legs on it is because of the rules in the game, where it basically can just pop up anywhere, and it kind of would be weird for something that seems to move around really easily inside of Moria, where there's no water, or on land somewhere, to have no legs. So that's why he sculpted that. Was to try and make the Watcher in the water make a little more sense rules-wise. Here's again, no more of the dark in there. And then some of that out here. So it's almost like a fish scales there. We'll get to those. Yeah, we've only been painting this thing for 1 hour and 42 minutes. It hadn't even been 2 hours yet. We got some time. More of that over here. Now on these things, let me get some of our ice blue. Some of the, almost said perline black. Oh, perline black. That's something I should probably use on this too. But right here, we're going to try the ice blue and Payne's gray combo. A little more Payne's gray. Well, maybe not that much. Let's back it up this way a little bit here. Well, Blades, hopefully you can get back to sleep and get yourself some kind of rest there before the work day tomorrow. Of course, it's not like Cooper would ever wake you up just as you're about to fall asleep or something like that. That's nothing he would ever do. And then demand something that would just never ever happen. Let's see. Yeah, recoil. Now let's see. With I think for 40K, and I guess it's the same thing for Lord of the Rings bases. They painted those brown. It is kind of weird that was the only system that they ever painted the bases black for. And it just it makes sense because it is kind of neutral, right? Recoil, and depending on what kind of environment it might be in, if it's got the black rim on it, just again, it can kind of go anywhere. Now we're going to try and get these fishy scales going here. Now this is still just a dark middle tone right here. This is not even a light middle tone, much less a highlight. And that's what we're putting in here. Yeah, recoil. And I not they. I don't. I haven't seen stuff in so long. I don't think they do the goblin green anymore, right? I think it's all just either black or brown or something. Apologies for my lack of knowledge on that. Now, oh, here, let me thin this down a bit more. Let me try to make that even a bit, even a bit later here. Gonna grab more of the more of that ice blue, which sometimes we refer to it as radiant indigo. So yeah, recoil. Well, we will see what happens with the new MESBG and all the War of the Rohirrim stuff. We shall see. That I have a feeling it's just going to go one of two ways. There's not going to be an in between. I don't see kind of a, well, it just sort of ends up being this. I think it's either going to be widely accepted and a big deal, or it's just going to fizzle. We'll see if they can maintain the attention, because there's not going to be 3 movies, there's just the one. And it's, well, I guess the Hunt for Gollum series comes out sooner than I thought. I was thinking that wasn't going to be until 2026, but maybe that is next year. Hey there, Mr. Stark. Great to see you again. So, Mr. Stark, you want to share something in the chat? Please go ahead. So, yeah, Mr. Stark, more Moria goodness, because reasons. Now, again, you can see I'm just sticking my finger into that. That's just going to happen. We'll come back and we will rework that. Yeah, I should probably just wait for the Mars Yellow Deep over there. We'll use our smaller blending brush on some of that. So great to see you there, Mr. Stark. Happy Tuesday. It is Tuesday here now also. Let's see. Go back. There we go. I went to look at my reference and I ended up not quite back on the Twitch stuff there. Back to the again, this is kind of our ice blue mix with the Williamsburg Payne's Gray, not the Winsor Newton Payne's Gray. Well, Mr. Stark, go ahead and share that. Go ahead and share it, because who knows, maybe, well, there's some new folks here that weren't in the stream. Oh, thanks, Canadian Ancient Gamer. Appreciate that. There's our 9001. You shall not pass. It's like, so who made you lifeguard? It's like, so here's a little question for you. It's like, it's not gonna be about the whole mess after the 20 loaves of lamb spread incident, is it? No, not about that. It's just, so where'd that water come from? Because we haven't really run across any here. I can just pop up anywhere. I actually have legs under all this. Morgoth, you really have a twisted sense. Now we did have 2 follows to make that happen, so we'll also do a double Gandalf 6 roll here. Let's see what we got. Oh, wow, look at that. We got a pair of 2s again. Hey, it may not be boxcars, but it's also not a pair of snake eyes. So we'll take it. We will take that. So yes, the we now it's all official again, and we are at 9001. Uh, I would imagine we will be well, I don't know, maybe at 9500 or something. If we ever get there, we'll have another cavalcade of stars once again. But we're trying to break out all of the characters here. All during the evening will be treated as some of our most loved and feared and also loathed characters on the channel. You never know who that might be. You never know when they're going to show up. So again, that looks a little bit different now, right? You can see these. That's pretty much what we had here. Recoil, according to according to there's what 2 paragraphs about that, and basically it's just Strider saying over and over again how bad he smells. So that'll be interesting to see how they elaborate on the he stinks dialogue to something maybe somewhat more elaborate than he smells bad. Everybody please check out, is that Instagram link? That is an Instagram link. Check out the Instagram link that Mr. Sturk just posted there. Try and maybe do a little bit more on these fishy scales, and then we'll try to, I think we could still go later on this. We'll also come back with some more of our dark 2. It seems a little, what I was kind of hoping basically is that maybe somebody might do a first or second age thing, but actually make it Lord of the Rings instead of the Wigs of Power or the Rings of Failure, whatever. We don't. I don't have my Tom Bombadil out here. I guess we're gonna have to keep Tom Bombadil out here as maybe somewhat of a new character. Of course. Oh yeah, we haven't had Elron John in quite some time. The mob boss of Middle Earth. It's like I saw you just had a conversation with Gandalf. It's like, yeah, I'm not gonna go away. It's like, where would you go to? It's like, oh, I don't know. I was thinking of heading down to the Anduin or something like that, see what's going on down in Osgiliath. Okay. No, now this guy's not also going to be a character because, well, the problem with these larger miniatures as characters, well, it's difficult to keep them handy. We even have Guahir. We even have Guahir out here. The old man was out here too, wasn't he? It's like, yeah, you just missed him. He's come out here a couple of times. It's like, I heard you just got some new nests. It's like, yeah, man, we 3D printed those, and that's gonna be super. I heard that some of the eggs are broken though. Yeah, those are from Asgard Rising. All kidding aside, I printed out a bunch of nests for eagles, and I have a bunch of eggs and stuff. So, and I also printed out some more eagles. So we're going to be at some point doing a little Misty Mountains type of thing. We'll be painting up some more eagles on nests because those nests just happen to be right about the 60mm base size. So that should be pretty fun. Maybe, okay, fine. We'll do a little bit of this here, but then I also do want to have some of the seafoam color in there. Come on. There. Something down here. Okay. Mr. Dwarf over here. Little something something we gotta get on this stuff too. I want to make sure we have some of that same color there over here. Let's start doing some of that. We got our, there it is. Some of our blue, some of the Mars Yellow Deep. Kind of makes a dingy seafoam green. Yeah, Rico. What was it? Oh yeah. That's orcs. That's orc work or something like that. That was kind of the catchphrase of that fourth age, and people basically forgot what it was like. And he was working on it, and I guess he gave up on it because he said it was just too dismal to contemplate that we would be all back here again. Because I think it was somebody who used to be a ranger or something like that, right? And he was pretty kind of an old guy, and he was sort of telling this story to those kids about what orcs were like. Uh, sure, let's get a little bit of that over here. I'm gonna try and get maybe a little more of that Mars Yellow Deep in here. Gotta make sure there still is a little touch of that green. I'm gonna try this. Okay. Some more of that over here. This way. That's actually some water there. Oh, and again, we are going to be adding more water effect stuff to this after the fact. It's going to be hanging down off of all the tentacles and such. And even here where we've got, what looks like where you can see the seams there, we're going to be putting those water effects in there to kind of patch those up. Yeah, so he's, okay, I remember that, right, that he's an old guy, and he's one of the few that remembers. I think because people, well, at that time, right, they're not living as long. So that makes sense. Back up a bit here. Let me get some of that. Okay, maybe not that much radiant green. Let me see what we have here. That might just work. That might just, that's a little too much. So, blending brush to the rescue. Because wasn't one of the other eras called the Watchful Peace, right, Recoil? I seem to recall that's what it might have been referred to as. And then, let me see. Now, I think during the era of Helm Hammerhand, that was not the era of the Kinstrife, I don't think. more of my really light stuff down there, and then maybe, okay. Blending brush time, there we go. So thanks Armored Dwarf for posting a link to the Patreon page. Speaking of which, after the stream, I'm going to be all of the water effect stuff here, and basically the assembly of this, the composition of it, placing it on the base, doing all the water effects. That video is going to go up on the Patreon page tomorrow. So yeah, this will be on the Patreon page, how we sculpted all the water effects and such. And then after this is painted, we'll be doing another video where we show how we're going to take the same heavy gloss gel we used to sculpt all of this. We're going to do it, and we're just going to have it in more of its natural form and not painted. So that video will be going up on the Patreon page, well, later today. And then we're going to be finishing off our vehicles workshop. So that SPG that we've done 2 sessions on that. We'll be doing the final session, and that's going to be another experiment. That's where we're going to take the plaster, and we're going to mix that with our oil paints. And then we're going to find out, okay, what kind of nifty stuff do we get for mud? Can we make various types of mud depending on how much of the plaster is in there? Yeah, Recoil, I think he was just after, well, obviously World War I, Second World War, he didn't really want to think that, well, that we'd be at it again. And I think that just kind of bummed him out, and he said, nope. Now here again, that's going to be some of our greenish tone in there. Let me try this. Grab some of this here. Maybe a touch more. And I'm just going to do a little bit of dry brushy stuff there. Just to kind of get that ball rolling. And now we'll have at it with our lighter green here. And again, just trying to paint up these fishy scales here. Yeah, Recoil, I mean, just the fall of Gondolin, right? That would be a very interesting, more detailed story all to itself. I mean, just more about the Easterlings, something about the Blue Wizards, right? Recoil. There's all kinds of really nifty things that could be told, but unfortunately, it seems to just be kind of the same old, same old. Now, of course, looking forward to hearing all about seeing the story of Helm Hammerhand. And that will be in the War of the Rohirrim movie. I think maybe we don't want to do spoilers since it's getting to be, it's only, December 13th, so it's not that far away. It's really a matter of weeks. Let me see, basically a month and 3 weeks, something like that. Yes, get ready for Christmas. Because Halloween is just a few days away. I'll have to, actually, I don't necessarily know what it is that we're streaming on Halloween itself. unless it is our, maybe it will just have to be our gummy bear Lord of the Rings, because that could definitely be considered quite terrorizing. Yeah, the folks forget, right? Recoil. Let me try this here. I think Recoil. That was why I did like Miss Fisher's mysteries. Well, actually, I was trying to describe to someone who had no idea what Midsummer Murders was, or Foyle's War, or something like Miss Fisher's Mysteries. Let me get some of this over here, over here, over here, over here. And again, that's got a little bit of our seafoam green type of color in there. Now I think we're going to go back to some of our dark stuff here again. Might even throw a little bit of our violet into that. And maybe start to separate some of these scales a bit more with some dark here. Maybe even on this. Alright, back to this here. Again, we don't want too much thinner because we can't really do a pin line wash here. I think you can see those starting to form now. Yeah, Recoil, that was Kathy's thing because, well, her family is very much into those, and actually her family was big into the Midsummer Murders and such. So our mom and dad watched those all the time. But Foils, where that was, really did enjoy that. Of course, my favorite Midsummer Murder episodes were when they did reenactments. Whether they were reenacting the War of the Roses, or a Second World War, or World War I, or whatever, it seemed like at least every season or two there was one reenactment. Alright, and just trying to get, again, some of the dark down in there. Let me hit this too. Now we gotta do the, well, same on this side. We also have Mr. Dwarf kind of in the way here. We'll have to get some more light on him too. We only are just past the 2 hour mark. 2 hours and 8 minutes. Well, 2 hours, 8 minutes, and a level, I'm going to say a level 3 hype train. I know it was a level 2, but we'll call it a level 3. And thanks again to everybody that contributed to that and made that happen. And again, thanks to everybody that has followed and subbed and done all the things. We appreciate that. So we'll see you later there, Kagome's Fury. Again, appreciate you being here. And everybody, please give Kagome's Fury a follow. And of course, at 9 p.m. Central streaming time. Again, working on some more miniatures. Recoil, the other one, was the model village, where it was essentially an entire village built, well, it's probably about 54 millimeter scale, something like that. And there was the guy that painted all of the little figures that went in there. So of course, yes, the model village one, that was another favorite. And then anytime that Joyce signed up for any kind of a art thing, right? There was the one with the Hodgson and the yeah, they were fighting over this murdering each other over this painting, which turned out to be a fake. So yeah, anytime there was something centered in the art world, we always had a blast with that. More of the again. So you can see some of the scales starting to show up now that I've done this. I can go even a little bit further with some of my later colors. I just needed to define the edges there without just going all light, light, light. Okay, so that helps there. Now, what about here on Mr. Dwarf? We gotta get some. Let me actually try some more regular rust color here. Let me try this. Well, some lighter rust color. We only have basically the asphaltum with a touch of the Mars red. Let's try something lighter here. Ah, there we go. That's really going to indicate that he's been sitting out here a while. No, no, no. We're just swing around this way. All right, so there we go. That's definitely indicates some corrosion. And it also stands out from the water. So see you later, Eep Jeep. Thank you so much, and see you in a bit there, Recoil. See you in a bit. So Eep Jeep, thanks for being here, of course. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Alright, oh yeah, we might... Oh, that's the other thing I do is maybe throw some water effects on the eyes, too. I'm gonna get me some of my fast matte white out here. So this is again the Gamblin. Fast matte white. Might have to get me yet another tube of this stuff. Alright, take that, throw this over here. Break that down. Come on, a little more. There we go. And also throw some of my thinner up there. That's some of our yellow here, some of our radiant green. That is very much a lemon yellowish green for sure. And that's going to start going in here. Come on. There we go. Down here. And let me go even lighter with it. Let me see what happens. I'm gonna take some of this, some of the way here. Let me see what this does. Okay. Maybe we'll roll with something like that. Need to get back to some of that Mars Yellow Deep also. I should do this on the other side real quick. Yep, let's do that to make sure we don't get too far ahead of ourselves on that side. You know what? Might even use it along the... What? I'm just going to say those are gills. They could be something else. I don't know.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Alexis. Appreciate that. Ah, so maybe you can solve this mystery for me. It's like, well, I'm kind of busy here. Got some stuff going on. It's like, yeah, the whole thing with the cave troll and the ring and the stuff. He's like, oh, you know about that? It's like, well, the evidence is hard to miss. I mean, it made a mess of Moria. Phew, you're telling me. Thank you so much for that follow, Alexis. Appreciate that. Where's our? We go. Here we go. We've already had a couple of rolls on this. What do we got there? Not a bad roll. Again, as long as you avoid the snake eyes, that's all that matters. So Prolixus, yeah, this see his little dwarfy buddy right here. This is the Watcher in the water, and he's going along with our Moria army. Now, last Monday we did an aquatic themed Nazgul on Fell Beast. You can see the I did the water effects for this, and I thought, yeah, man, it would be really neat to see much more of that because obviously it's kind of hidden, right, by the Fell Beast. I thought, well, if we did this, because it's got to go in a 120 mil base here. Well, we could really get some more water effects in there. Now, this was our Saturday stream right here. And as you can see, more little dwarfies on the base. This is 3D printed from Diwali. And there's a big old wings there. Same base as Mr. Kraken there, the Watcher in the water. Well, we also have Cave Drake. Our Moria army has all kinds of fun monsters there. Yeah, there's the cave. Also from Khurzluk Miniatures, by the way. The big old. Oh, and then oh, this was our Saturday stream. The dragon was the Friday stream. So we did a half a dozen of these little gobos. Right. Let's see again another dwarf friend right there. Lots of little dwarf friends for all of our monsters to play with. Just like all of our Fangorn Forest Ents had plenty of little orc playmates. They're all very sleepy for whatever reason, but plenty of little orc playmates. Same lighter green that we were using on the other side. It's got some yellow in it. Hoping to do is if I can get this little touch of light there on the bottom of the scales to make them look a little more iridescent. Speaking of which, we could use the interference colors. We could use the iridescent pearl white. Yeah, we can print up more of these, right? Again, this is 3D printed. It's sculpted by Khurzluk Miniatures. Same folks that did, what was the, oh yeah. Well, we did a bunch of the Arnor stuff. That was also from Khurzluk. And then, of course, the Minas Morgul stuff. Yes, all those Morgul Knights that we painted with all the object source lighting. That's also from Khurzluk. Now, where's my blending brush here again? And 2 hours and 18 minutes ago, this had no paint on it at all. It was just primer. 2 hours, 18 minutes. Using our typical oil paints here, like we do. You know what? I should probably lighten that over there. Might even throw some of that up here, just kind of right on the edge. A little more. That's better. It's not just lighter. It's also a whole different color. It's got the very light kind of lemon yellow green thing going on. Might even chuck some of it over here because if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere, right? Again with the blending brush here. Let me see if I can get some lighter stuff here also on the padded armor, such as it is. If you remember, that started out with mostly just the Yeah, mostly just a Payne's gray. Did the glaze thing over the top of that too. You gotta take this, make some more of our light here. On this tentacle. Yeah, like that. This one too. Push this around here. This way. Yeah, over here. Oh, geez, we got a whole bunch of nothing over here. We need to really pop this some more. Let's have this blending brush at the ready, because there's some stuff there for us to mix with here. We did, I'm gonna actually get a bit more of the radiant blue into that. Yep, a little more variety there. Blending brush. Always the blending brush ready. More over here.
So say we all.
A little bit more along that edge there. As we say thank you to this Mechanic Games. This Mechanic Games, how you doing? That's 22 months worth. Happy Tuesday. I hope that you're doing well. So thank you so much, this Mechanic Games. Appreciate that. And again, I hope that your weekend was very fun. So this Mechanic Games, we've had it's been quite the monster mash during October. 7 Nazgul on Fell Beasts, then a Balrog, then a dragon, and now the Watcher in the water. It's again quite the monster mash. Oh, and a bunch of werewolves. We did a bunch of werewolves too. Okay, wait a minute. Gonna get a little bit of that up here, and then we switch now because we've done this. We haven't done anything up here with our sort of slate gray color. Well, great to see you back, this Mechanic Games. Great to see you back. I know that the streams have been, kind of starting later and later and later and later. So appreciate you being here. And hopefully you'll have some time for some painting there. It's hard to believe we're almost at October 27th, right? This Mechanic Games. I look over there and I'm thinking, oh yeah, it's October 20th. No, it's the 22nd now. I see that and I just say, holy smokes. Alright, let me do this. Like that. Okay, we'll do this. Here. Blending brush. Blending brush. So Armored Wolf, mine shows 9002. So yeah, I see a 9002. Now, who knows? Maybe I will refresh and we'll see if it. Yep, still shows 9002. Can you? Oh yeah, you can see what I'm doing there. And everybody, please check out Armored Wolf Productions, the bestest moderator on all the Twitches, who has been here for again all of the 4 years, 6 months, and now 9 days. So yeah, Armored Wolf. It's weird because we had that hype train kind of at the same time as, well, I guess you would say a more conventional hype train. And then there was raids, so it got all kinds of crazy right around that time. So again, trying to work in some of this kind of purplish, bluish gray here. Blending brush again. So this is, once again, 3D printed from Khurzluk miniatures. Just at the regular size. I didn't make this bigger or anything like that. This is just straight up size that it was done at. The printing goes there. I have to take a look at the eagles that I printed up. I might have to print those again, but bigger. Either that or print the nest smaller. But I'm going to actually look at. I have one GW eagle, and I have a feeling I might need to increase it. Maybe not as much as I thought, but at least 10%. And then print those up again. Get more of the bluish gray over here. We really haven't done much of anything here since the very beginning, so we're just kind of letting this stuff have a chance to set here. It's been a while since we last touched the water. Oh, I'm going to zoom out here so you can maybe see. There we go. Okay. Some of it up here. The beauty of the oils is that you can either do a bunch of the quick stuff, right, to establish some shading and everything else, and then just say, okay, that's good enough. Or you can keep adding more and more refinements, but the whole point is that the oils get you to that point of refinements quicker. So instead of, oh yeah, I've been working on this for 3 days and I'm just still doing, what's it? Oh, base coats, what people call that. Yeah, you're already on to some of the more, what would you say, snazzier, more advanced things, whatever. Okay, look where my hand is on this brush. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. There's no way I'm doing this if I had the usual death grip on this. How would I be painting this if my fingers were here? I'd be a little bit short. Again, these things tend to get painted faster when the brush actually touches the figure. That usually does indicate a faster rate of painting when there's actual contact between the brush and the figure. And it's a lot easier to do that when, again, you do not have the death grip on the brush. So this Mechanic Games, I hope that the setting up the new space is not too challenging, because it can be, right? This Mechanic Games. I think part of it is you is that, well, okay, this is my new setup, and you kind of want you want to maximize what you can do with it. Whereas sometimes other things you say, well, if it's just good enough, if it just gets the job done, that's it. But here with a new setup, you're trying to maybe have some elevated expectations on what it can do. Not too much thinner in this stuff either. Now here, I don't know, I might need to come back and tone some of this down or darken it back up again. Again, you can see what the power of that blending brush can do. Even better, this mechanic games. Even better, more room. Because it can be filled up pretty darn quick, can it? Before you know it, you say, well, whoa, 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 what happened to all this space? I had all this room. Now I don't. What's going on? Hopefully this won't be too light here. Mostly looking at it for these spines here. Yeah, so again, we had nothing on those. They were pretty much like what we got going on over there. Let me see if we can, and this is, of course, I can still go lighter than this. This is not actually our latest light here. So I got my finger here resting on my thumb. I also have my little blending brush here. There we go. See that? Hashtag no layers. Don't need to do a bunch of layers, just need the blending brush. Which is why 2 hours and 31 minutes ago, this was just primer, and you can see what we've been able to do. And we've had a lot of shenanigans going on here too. So you could pretty much subtract almost 25 minutes or so from the, what would you say, actual painting time. Nice to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. Happy Tuesday. So Nurgle Matthew, I hope that you're doing super well on this Tuesday here. Uh, hmm. Which is the best way? Well, okay, there we go. Haven't really done a whole bunch there. We're going to use that as a little bit of a resting point as we try and get some of our light over on this side of the tentacles here.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gumdrop.
We're also going to welcome our newest little hobbit. Thank you so much, Moses Diaspora. Appreciate that. You know, there was, I think it's because of you guys, Balrog, dragons. Man, you really had a lot of weird critters down here, didn't you? It's like, well, yeah, there was. I mean, it's a much better place to live, right? Good place to raise your kids. I didn't know you had kids. But there was quite the diaspora of dwarves out of here. It's like, well, they were troublesome. They just made a lot of noise digging all the time. Yet another roll on our big Gandalf 6. What's it going to be? Oh, it gets better and better. Look at that. That is a nice little 5 right there. So thank you so much, Moses. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for the follow. Now, oh, here we go. Well, that's a little too much weight to be putting on that one. So we're just going to not quite put as much weight on that. We're going to again use our blending brush there. Some more light over here. So Nurgle Matthew, great to see you. So Nurgle Matthew, I don't know if you've had a chance to do some more stuff with the oil paints. Hopefully you have. Hopefully it's worked out well. Oh, that's right. We haven't had Bithron in here a while in a while to do the clips. That's right. Throw some over here. Throw some over here. You know what? I might. This thing. We use this little small filbert brush right here. Try and engineer some more of this here mid-tone. Same there. Again, it's a kind of a dry brushy idea, and that is why perhaps by this time tomorrow night this will be completely dry. Again, that's not going to happen if you're just layering and layering and layering as if this were acrylics. That's kind of what acrylics are good for, is all the layering stuff. This not so much, not so much with the layering. Ooh, wow, I didn't think I'd get that much lighter on the teeth, but I really can. Well, that's good. Try doing some more of that out here. Mostly before all of a sudden all of the tentacles have a bunch of paint on them, and then I'd say, well, yeah, I don't know if I really want to stick my fingers on that. So the Instagram, I think we just post something new on the Instas. Oh yeah, that was the aquatic fell beast, and his water effects are exactly the same as what we've got here on. I almost said our Nazgul on our Watcher in the Water. Trying to lighten up the edge of his mouth there, and then maybe. Okay, good. We got that one in there. This one, boy, it's going to be challenging. Okay, good. I did manage to get that little dot of light in there. Get all the way down there and get the edge on his mouth, I guess. Whatever that is. And let me look at our water effect here on our fell beast. So I think I want to try and get a little bit more of our Prussian blue in there. We have a lot of turquoise, but I need to get some more of our Prussian blue in the water. Whoops. Okay, not. Get some of this, some of the weight out of here, because that would have been super light on this tentacle, even though it is way up here and kind of maybe catching the most light. More of our light there, and again to blend that into the rest of these spines or fins. That's what this is for, this little blending brush here. Hopefully that will not be too light. Looks like it worked out okay. Let's hit the other side here. So there. So I'm not quite sure what our Thursday stream is going to be. I was kind of hoping to maybe have some of the like the Hiltro, some of the Angmar orc stuff. Either that or a great beast to Golgoroth. Because that could happen too if I actually find out where that thing is. Try and get the lighter stuff on these spines up here. Right along the edge of that. Just like that. Also here. Yeah, those are starting to stand out now. They were kind of disappearing for a while. And of course, we'll have to get back into here with, like we were doing the lighter stuff on the scales down here, doing the lighter stuff here just with a different color. This is, again, that's the, for all intents and purposes, kind of a slate blue type color. And of course, on the Instagrams, that's where we like to have the finished images of some of the stuff we've either done on stream or stuff that's been painted as part of a tutorial on the Patreon page. Let's see if I can't get either. Well, I'll also have to go back with some of my dark too on that. This right over here. But let me there, because we don't have any light on the fingers, such as they are here. Not too much thinner on. Oh, there's too much thinner there, so we're just gonna put it over here for right now. Okay, I think I got rid of some of it. Blending brush again. Where's my small one? Here it is. There we go. Come on here. Much better. Catch some more of that really light stuff down here. Maybe to the ends of the tentacle fingers. Okay, now on this side of the tentacle here, more of that light right along the edges of these fins or spines or whatever they are. Come on. There. Now the stuff on this side will be a little more challenging just because being right-handed, the direction is sort of in the opposite of the way my hand wants to go. Now I'm starting to think as I'm okay, if I shoot it from this angle, you can sort of see the eyes. I don't know if there is any angle where you can see both eyes in the same angle. I think except for straight on, that's about it. Now down here, I'm not even going to try and bother with that other. So let me take this. Let me take some of our lighter green and again go to the dry brush element here. Especially under here. And it should sort of reflect the water at this point too. So now there's a whole bunch less to do with our midtones and lights. Back to this brush again, and now we're going to try to guess get some more thinner. You know what? I'm gonna go a little more on the turquoise side with this. I mean, it's so close to the water. This I think makes a little more sense now. Our blending brush here. Something like this. Also here. Now this also has that same kind of lighter seafoam green. Not gonna do the slate gray here because again this is just above not just the water but all of this foamy stuff, and that'll be the stuff along the edge here. That'll be kind of the last of the foamy stuff that I do. Have yourself a good night there, Grand Oracle. Now, Grand Oracle does shoot you a message and just kind of see how hopefully things are progressing there. So take care there, Grand Oracle. Appreciate you being here, of course. And again, have yourself a good night. More of that line over here. And then down in here. Blending brush again. Just to smush all that around. Hit the, yeah, let's hit this too. Blending brush. Do the same here. Yeah, that's starting to lighten up. Again, no layers on this. No layers, just mixing with what's already on here. Now, what I might do is refresh our medicine in a second here. Maybe grab some more cough drops too. Probably at hour 3 here, so then we can continue on here and kind of the same way we've been doing the later stuff on the spot. Oh, on this side, we have to do that over on this side too. More of that lighter seafoam green over there. Some of it down here. Yeah, we'll still go with this. A little bit under here. And a little something right there. Again with the blending brush here. Back to the lighter slate gray. Yeah, let me try this. Kind of in the middle here, mid-tone. Oh, hey there, Bitron. Oh, Bitron, I was just talking about you there, because there was all kinds of madness. We've well,
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my
so
guns.
Bitron, we made the 9K follower mark, so there was appearances by all kinds of folks, characters that like you haven't seen in quite some time. Now you see this guy all the time. It's like, yeah, we've seen him a bunch of times tonight already. It's like, oh, I don't I even get to say my line? He's like, oh yeah, you shall not pass. It's like, well, it's cooler when I say it. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that, Fallen Leaf. Not lightly do the leaves of Lorien fall. They don't fall here. A 3, that is a solid enough number. Oh, and I was just, well, wait a minute. Here we go. Now this is our Lady Galadriel, one of our Galadriels there. That's, I guess, oh, maybe this. There we go. There's our another one of our Galadriels. We have infinite Galadriels, of course. We also have a couple of Dark Queen Schmaladriels, like so. So Vitron, wasn't sure if you've had any kind of a kick back into the hobby mojo at all, or if it's still kind of had nothing has really struck your fancy yet. Because I know there was a whole bunch of assembly work on. I know you were doing the one-page rules, Seraphon there. Hey there, Visto, how you doing? So it was at 1:13 in the morning here. I hope that you are well. So yeah, it is 1:13 a.m. here. So great to see you back. And again, we are mimicking what we did here, not just with the water effects, but also you can really see now, right? The coloration here is very much what we did on that Nazgul. Oh yeah, your Saurian Warhost, that's it. Let me see something here. Let me there we go. Get him in here. All right, so there is. Oh, that was our Friday stream. That's right. Yes, that was our Friday stream. Yeah, Vesto, it's always guess the time zone. That's the game that I always have to play. And I can never remember if Melbourne is 13 hours ahead of us or 12. And then, of course, well, when it comes to, well, say Perth or something like that, jacked it up even more. I hope that the war host goes well for you there, Bitron. There. Yeah, still there's been no leaks as to what the new Emmy SPG might be like. So yeah, not quite sure what we're going to be dealing with there. I mean, they say everything is going to change, but there's some universal ways to make every profile change without necessarily going in and changing every single one individually. Ah, well, that's good, Bithron. I hope that you get a chance to do that. Again, I know that work just was kind of crazy for an extended period of time. Trying to get lighter on these fins or spines or whatever those are. So Vesto, that's I just filmed a video on this actually. So that is all done with the same heavy gloss gel that we use for our ice effects, snow effects, fire effects. So you can see some of it here. So there we're using the same heavy gloss gel for fire. Here we are using it for, where's my, there we go. There we used it for roof texture and you paint it up. And again, no teddy bear fur. We also use that for, again, our icicle effects, snow. That's the same stuff there with the icicles and the snow. And same stuff we used on our 1/1800 scale to do the water there. Hey there, plank walker, how you doing? So this was added, all of that was added. So just the I almost said the fell beast, just the watcher in the water. That is all that was from the Khurzluk there, the watcher in the water. Well, also the dwarf is too. And again, I just did a Patreon video, and that is gonna be going up on the. Well, first we're gonna upload it after the stream, and then later today that goes up on the Patreon page. So yeah, again, same thing with the Fell Beast and Nazgul. That was something where we took that and I sculpted all the water effects on there with the again with the heavy gloss gel. We call it Elementium because we use it for so many different things. It's really amazing stuff. So yeah, Plankwalker. I just since we've done two of the what is that? The Knight of Umbar, right? For a nautical theme on our Felbeast. I thought, well, why don't we have the Watcher in the water? Since well, let me see. In our last three streams, we did a Balrog, we did a dragon, and 6 goblins. We have no Watchers in the water, so now we've got one of these too. So our Moria army has, well, it has expanded by quite a bit because remember we already had one of the K-Drakes. I got to print out another one of these actually because we don't have enough monsters for our Moria army. So Plank Orca, this is 3D printed. I've never seen actually the GW one, so no idea what that one actually looks like. And well, I know it's just a bunch of chunks of metal, so I'm sure it must be interesting trying to assemble that thing. Either that or it's a Forge World deal, and in that case, it's even more crazy. But yeah, this one is 3D printed from Khurzluk Miniatures. So yeah, Bithron, I remember we painted that cave drake. Actually, that was probably either last Halloween or last November. So yeah, that was in 2023 or some. Yeah, it was 2023 when we did that one. And I don't remember if it was Halloween or if it was in, say, November or something like that. And that one also, there's another basing video that shows how the base was done on that cave drake. Same thing with the dragon and the Balrog and those little gobos. That was I think my last basing video. And then the next video we're going to be doing is the final episode in our Vehicles Workshop Series 4, I think it is. Now, actually, Plank Walker, I do believe the way he designed this one, it actually has legs. Because, well, he tries to design things that are compatible with the game, right? And, well, okay, then how does this thing start walking around on land? Because there's very few water boards, right? In most people's gaming table regimes or whatever. So he tried to kind of give it some legs so that it could actually have kind of some kind of reason it was able to move around. I didn't want to do those because, well, I wanted to have it sit down into my water here. Let me catch some of my light right up in here. So yep, now we are at 9,004, and we appreciate all the follows. Survived the trip to the store. Yeah, I gotta do that tomorrow, Rico. I gotta get some more garbanzo beans. We have to get a whole bunch of different air fryer type things. Maybe some more taters, precious. So that we haven't done any French fries in a long, long time. So we might have to try that again. I think I also have to try and get one of those chickens out of the freezer or something, so that or maybe a roast. I don't know if you've ever done roasts. I'm sure you've done roasts in the air fryer. Might have to grab one of those out there. We haven't done that yet. That's in fact that's what I have to do is grab a roast out of the freezer there, and we'll see because we haven't done an air fryer on that. We'll have to try that and see if that works out. Now, so Rico, I didn't mean to jinx you there. How you doing there, Doji? So Doji, believe it or not, the cobalt teal bluish from last Monday's stream. There's still a tiny remnant of it out here because I kind of put more of that out there than I really needed that day, and well, and it's not been covered or anything. So this is the Watcher in the Water recoil, or sorry, Doji. Remember, well, actually, Doji, you'll be seeing the video on this later today because I did a video on all of the water effects and the composition of this and everything. So yeah, you'll be seeing this very soon. It's going to look a little bit different than it does here. So yeah, this is from Khurzluk Miniatures. It's for our Moria army, and that is the Watcher in the Water. So obviously, this is the critter that tries to grab Frodo and such. I'm gonna maybe go back to some of my darker blue here. And of course, Doji, if you want to share anything in the chat, like some of your oil painted miniatures there, please go ahead. So again, great to see you there, Doji. And of course, happy Tuesday. Trying to get, there we go. That's a much nicer edge on that. Same up there. Yeah, I was just, some of these edges just needed to be kind of restored up here. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. Hit some more of my light. Maybe on the back of the, keep wanting to say on the back of the hand. Well, actually, let me wander over here to our little dwarf buddy here and just catch a few little lights on him in a few spots along his this surface here, maybe a little bit on some of these rings of the chainmail. Maybe reflecting a little bit more of the water there. All the foamy stuff. up here on the helmet. Let me see what we can do up here. The helmet, the armor on the shoulders. As we welcome in AD, AD Creations. AD, how are you doing? Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. So, AD, how was the stream with the new setup? Now, obviously, there's always going to be little tweaks and stuff like that to do. Hopefully, it worked out as close to ideal as possible. So yeah, AD, this is the thing I sent you the pictures of last night with all the water effects and such. We primed over it like we usually do, and there we are. So again, we're just trying. As you can see, we're kind of doing a very similar color scheme there, and there you can see our very nautical appearance to this particular fell beast here. So great to see you again there, AD. Appreciate the raid. And again, everybody please give AD Creations a follow if you could. You know what? Let me get back into some of this fast mat way here. I'm going to try and lighten up some of the water. Now that we've been working on all this other stuff for quite a while here, let me try to go back to the, again, sort of our later foamy stuff on the water here. Now, AD would just say that, well, obviously the goal is for that new desk to make everything a little bit easier. Hopefully it at least did that, and you can kind of see, like you said, well, we'll do this tweak, maybe we'll get even more out of it here. So again, thank you so much for the raid, appreciate that. 3 hours and 7 minutes ago in a level 3 hype train. Well, there was no paint on this. I know that's hugely shocking to you, right? That there was no paint on this about 3 hours ago. We might have done a little bit since then. Just a bit. And of course, AD, if you want to share anything that you've been working on, any of the Tyranids there, whatever, please go ahead. So Armored Wolf has Halloween Punch and Pumpkin Pie. Well, that sounds very good. Touch more of my light down here, and then maybe some more in here. Now let me try to get a little bit more of a Prussian blue in there, and we might just use this brush. Let me see if I can. Well, I need to still get a little bit of thinner into that before we try and dry brush that stuff on there. And that might be some of. I need to make a little bit more of that phthalo green. Let's try this again. A little bit of dark there, a little bit of dark over here. And again, that's just basically kind of a dry brush thing there. Hashtag no layers. This is mixing with what's already sitting on here. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that AD Creations just shared, and again, please give AD Creations a follow too. Nope, not that. We'll just use that as a blending brush in there. Pop in some more here. Okay, I don't know if I want it quite that much thinner there, but push that. Blending brush. There. Same deal here with that blending brush again. Now, I think we need to leave that foamy stuff intact down there. Now, over here, still not going to bother with that because, well, as you can see, my finger might have hit that once or twice. Now, with the oil paints, of course, you get a little paint on your finger, whatever, warm soap or warm water and dish soap, boom, it'll be gone in no time flat. The usual oil paint brands are Williamsburg, Winsor Newton, Gamlin, Richardson. Speaking of Williamsburg, this is some of that Mars Yellow Deep. It's sort of a really supercharged yellow ochre color. Hit this again. That's not too much of the Mars Yellow Deep here. I'll extend it maybe further forward here again. This is the Watcher in the Water. It's 3D printed from Khurzluk Miniatures. And remember, we said we were going to be working on this on our Monday stream due to the nautical theme. Trying to get some more of my. There we are. Let's see if we can get the dark here, our almost indigo type color. Around some of these fish scales here. Again, trying to break this up as much as possible. I think we already did that on this side. Yeah, we got that broken up pretty well. Where is that? I wonder if this might work. Prussian blue. We already have a hefty amount of the turquoise there. Okay, yeah, so that's more of just a more of a bluish color. A little less of the turquoise. Still have a blending brush handy for doing that. Now get the phthalo green can be a bit on the shiny side. Just it's the nature of the beast with phthalo colors. Take that. We got that darker color there. I'm just gonna pull that stuff right down. No, this way. I might still have to get some more light stuff on the dwarf over here. Maybe on the beard. Let me see what we can do with that. Nope, that'll just end up being too green. Ah, this is perhaps it. Some of the brown here. That's a sort of like our supercharged burnt umber color. Even lighter, I suppose. It's a little bit of the Hansa yellow mixed in there. Onto the beard here. So again, this is 3D printed from Khurzluk Miniatures. I I don't remember if this is in the welcome pack. I mean, sometimes it changes. I know their welcome pack has changed since I first joined. Now there's lots of Candish stuff in their welcome pack. Little touch of something lighter on our dwarf here. That pattern number, just let that get mixed in there a bit. Is this the that is the yellow I was working with. Fine. I'll just use this really light stuff right here. Right there. Good. You can see the beard. Now, get what I might do here is just again refresh the medicine super quick. Super quick. So don't anybody go anywhere because we have some more fun stuff that we're going to be doing. More stuff on the water effects down there, and of course more colors and more lights on all those little tentacles right there. So yep, don't go anywhere. We shall be right back. I think we got our screen right here for this. have returned. Rico, if you want to share your, want to share those buggies again, and everybody please give Recoil13 a follow. See you later, Doji. Hopefully you're still here to hear the goodbyes. But I can always shoot you a message tomorrow too. Well, later today, since it's already tomorrow. Matt, did we already get? Yeah, we already did get our really deep dark stuff. And we'll just to go with some more of our light then here. Let's see if we can do that. Down on this side, some more of the ice blue here. That's well, we got ourselves a Giro, and we got ourselves a one true ring. Thanks again, Rico. Appreciate that. Here we promised one of these. We haven't seen Schmandorf in quite some time. He is the much bigger and tougher older brother of Gandalf, right? There he is, Schmandorf. We haven't seen him in quite some time. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Recoil just shared, and then, of course, please also give Recoil a follow. I wonder, let me see if I can throw a little bit more of my light in here too. Yeah, we can do that. Yes, up here that. Oh, we kind of did that on the other side. So no problem there, Recoil. We hit the bit more of our light there. Over here. So the pole was kind of in the way there. Oh, that was a little too light. We'll use our micro blending brush to take some of that away. Now that's really been fun seeing you working on all of those. I can't help but think, that new mega photo booth that I have. Well, that's I don't even know if I'll be able to fit all of the Moria stuff in there. I don't think so. I just keep thinking of those buggies and what it'll take to get all of those in one scene. There we go. There's our much lighter stuff on the end of these. Let me try some of that up here. Some more overlight there. We'll get our... Okay, that's better. Definitely need some more of our lighter stuff here. Yeah, it's Recoil. It just it wants to kind of just focus in on one thing, right? And that's when you back out far enough to show everything, then it really doesn't focus much on anything. I mean, now what I have seen people do is they just kind of have, well, like what I try to do is those combo, multi images where it's a bunch of individual shots of the whatever the figures or vehicles are. Try and get this a little lighter here too. If I can, it's a little difficult to reach. Pull that down here. maybe we need to bring some more of the darks in here. I don't know. Eh, well, here. Let's just get that one area hit there. Now we'll try and come back with the dark stuff again. Let's do that. Yeah, Rico. I just I know for me, I end up bringing the stuff into say Photoshop or something like that. So sorry if things are all jumpy. I don't know what's going on. It's just Twitch is being twitchy, of course, and there's nothing I can do about that. It just seems like these last several streams, especially these my usual late night times, for whatever reason, it tells me that the stream whatever is excellent. I'm gonna try and get some more of my lighter stuff up here on these two tentacles. What's the, well, maybe if I just do it this way here, like that. This is not quite straight up white either. Let me see if I can get some more of my light stuff up on the, really right on top of his back here. Some down there on the bottom of those scales, and then it's definitely something over here because there's just a whole bunch of mid-tone on this part. Maybe we'll try to get a bit more of our really light stuff out here as well. Let me see what happens if we do that here. Like that. Turn it around. Actually, that little rock, well, these they're stone slash rocks here. We should probably get something lighter on those too. Blending brush, of course. The one thing I still haven't had a chance to do, Rico, is to set up the carousel. I'm starting to, well, let's see, I don't know if I, now that I have the bigger photo booth, I wonder if I try to set up one, like get a really giant version of that or something like that, and set that up inside the new giant photo booth. Here, the same deal. Gonna try and get these scales working here. Come on, there. Then welcome in Michu. Thanks again, Michu, for the raid. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Michu a follow. So, Michu, I hope that the stream was fantastic. I'm sure it was. Of course, anything you want to share with the in the chat there, please go ahead. I know you just finished your stream, so you'd have to run off to the photo booth there. Yeah, Rico, there's just so many sleepy dwarves, right? I mean, there's a sleepy dwarf right there. And again, this is the Watcher in the Water. It's actually 3D printed from Khurzluk. So, Michu, I think you saw some of the Nazgul that we did, right? Well, we did 7 of them. This is one right here. And this one had a very much a nautical theme. So I thought, well, we should maybe continue that over here. And you can even see that the kind of the colors of these, of the Fell Beast and the Watcher, are pretty similar right there. Now, of course, on one of our recent streams here, we did this wee little dragon over here. This is also part of our Moria army, also painted with the oils. So yeah, let me see. 3 hours and 32 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. I'm glad you were able to see that. So Micho, again, you want to share anything in the chat? Please go ahead and do that. And again, I'm hoping that you had a blast on stream. I'm sure that you did. Let me get some more of my, maybe even later here, more of that radiant blue. Let's try that. So everybody, please give Micho a follow. And also the Zhang. So Zhang, I saw you working on that gunpla there. I saw you were doing kind of the weathering and the edge stuff there. So again, everybody, please give the Zhang a follow and please give Michu a follow. So Zhang, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. So we got Goldfish. And Blades is still around too. We have Haiti. We have Master Builder and Niha Nerf. So Neil Nerf, how you doing? So Zhang, we were continuing. I think you have. I'm not sure if you did see this one or not. I know we brought him out a few times, but this was
Hello,
our.
little hobbits. Spark my gum.
This was our. Let's see. He's the Knight of Umbar, right, for our Corsair army, and he had all the fun water effects. So I thought, well, if we did the Watcher in the water, that would need a whole bunch of water effects. So thank you so much, Doug. Appreciate you being here, and thank you so much, Metalhead, and of course, thank you so much, Haiti Woodson, for that follow. So again, why don't we say the line? He's like, you may actually get to say it this time. Sure, you shall not pass. I didn't get to say it. Thank you so much for that follow. What's going to happen on our big Gandalf 6 right here? Again, that is a middle of the road roll, and that is good enough right there. Good enough to survive. Now, of course, here was another one of our Moria entries here. This is Cave Dragon. Cave Dragon, we painted him up on our Friday stream. Yeah, on our Saturday stream, we did a whole bunch of little gobos in the similar color scheme like this. We did 6 of these guys right there. So thank you so much, Zhang. Appreciate that. We also had, this is also from Khurzluk right here. Look at this. We've got ourselves a cave drake. More sleepy dwarves over there. More sleepy dwarves. So Michu, you can just, if you just want to post the Instagram or a Discord link in the chat or something like that, that would be just perfect. Now let me find my brush that I was just using over here. So again, Zhang, thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, Zhang, I think that was almost a 7-hour stream that you had going there. So again, everybody please give the Zhang a follow here. Let me get some more of my fast mat weight out on this thing here. Some more of my fast mat weight. That's again from Gamlin over there. And I'm going to try and get that out on my water over here. All of this painted with the oils, of course. Let me 3 hours 36 minutes ago. This was just primer. There was no paint on this at all. Now we're going to try and get some of our really light things on the water. After this thing is dry, we are going to be putting some more water effects over the top of that. Everybody please check out that Discord link there. Yeah, Michu, for whatever reason, Discord links are super long. It's handy because then I can tell right away if it's either an Insta link or a Discord link. So I thought so. Yeah, because I saw the I don't know if there was with the little weathering pens or the weathering pencils out there, and kind of going after the edges, right? So again, everybody please give the Zhang a follow, and thanks again for the raid, Zhang. Appreciate that. It's been a fun night here because we did pass our 9,000, so we're now at 9,004, and we appreciate all the folks that followed tonight to help make that happen. You see, so 4.5 years ago, didn't really expect that to be the case, that we would end up with the 9K folks following us here, but we appreciate everybody. So thanks, Blades. Appreciate that. Sorry that you're not getting yourself some sleep for, well, later today. The last few days I've had very, very little sleep myself. Oh, thanks, AD. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's why we've had the cavalcade of characters. Again, some that we haven't seen in quite some time. They're making an appearance again. I'm going to try and get some more of my really light stuff going over here by our dwarf, because some of that just has gotten kind of wiped away. Taking our blending brush and, again, pushing some of that stuff around. Try some of that out here too. Over his feet there. Yeah, there's no sleep in Wampleville and no sleep in Bladesville either. So, Blades, hopefully the Council of Miniature Painters was fun. Sorry, I knew I meant to ask you about something, couldn't quite think of it. I wasn't sure if you had yourself a special guest on or if it was just kind of the usual suspects. So again, adding some more of the much lighter light here down in some of the foamier parts of the water. Still always having the blending brush at the ready though. Pull that down over here. There's still some more light that can go in. There are some over here too. So good night there, AD. Appreciate that. And I'll just shoot you a message. I think I sent you pictures of all of the one-to-one terrain activities. If I didn't, I'll send you that tomorrow. Again, don't want everything to be just, well, mid-tone and then super light. We want to have kind of a range of light middle tones and some dark middle tones. Now that tentacle right there, I had to actually sculpt that one on because I printed this somehow. One piece either didn't get printed or I lost it after it was printed. Either way, I just oh, and this one I had to saw. So I sawed this one and glued it in a different place. So see you later, Alice. Thank you so much for joining with the raid. Appreciate that. And have yourself a fantastic night, of course. Trying to get my some light over here on this side too. So I would say it always kind of depends. And I don't necessarily sell all the things that we do on here. I usually, and also too, it will depend on what's the miniature itself, right? Is it something that was a print, or is it something that it was kind of a one of a kind resin cast, or very rare resin cast, or something like that? Blending brush again here. in some more of our right there in this in the wave. I like to have a. I don't want it to just be one continuous color, right? We're trying to break that down a little bit more. More of our light splashy stuff here. Carry that out a little bit further towards the edge. Maybe even trying to get some of this latest light up on the top of the scales on our. I keep wanting to say fell beast because we've done so many fell beasts. Oh, thanks a lot, Alex. Appreciate that. And again, you have yourself a good night's sleep too. Try and get some more of my light down there. This side. we just we hit that again. See if I can put a little bit of light on this belt buckle here. And then, yeah, some more light up there. I think that's, yeah, that's more just a skelly dwarf right there, so we won't try to get any eye in there. I think it's just a skull there. More of our light on the edge of that little scale, and then something up here again. I think up on top, maybe we need to have these even. Yeah, that's what we need to do up here too. We need to make these a little lighter. With the oils and with working on the whole piece all at once, that's where we can see, okay, yeah, this right here in context next to this needs to be a little bit lighter. I mean, it is the highest point on his back, right? So that probably should be a little lighter up there. But we don't want it to go all the way down the side there, because then we're going to lose, right, that effect of this is kind of turning. Okay, this is, right now we're actually using a lot of the straight up whiter. Usually we don't use too much of that. Generally want to have some kind of actual color to it instead of just, well, white. Trying to get a little something on this. Tend to go here as it gets really close to the water. Still have my blending brush though to be able to, there we go, take away again some of the edges of that. Let me hit the edge of this up here again to, yeah, a little more definition. I might even get a little more of my light down here on the, well, face, such as it is. And then once all this is dry, we're going to have water dripping off of all of the little, I don't know if you would really necessarily call them hands, but I think you know what we mean there. That might not be quite light up. I'm going to try it anyway here. Oh, that is pretty light. It's a testament to just how dark we got the ends of these here. I'm trying to do this here because this is really close to the water. Again, trying to almost reflect what the water is doing up here. Let's try to get that reflected on this. So 3 hours 47 minutes ago we started with just some primer. It was a little bit of our primer painting exercise where we mix a little bit inks with some primer. Generally, at least a mid-tone to darker as far as the primer itself. That lets us. We've done so much object source lighting lately. Typically, that darker primer allows us to set the object source lighting really quickly. The Irid. So Irid, I hope that everything goes well. But we did the family birthday thing this weekend, and then earlier today, if I can get this going here, we also were doing this right here. So some one-to-one terrain, as we like to call it, right there. That was earlier today, and with the new articulating ladder, well, not new, but it's actually a very old articulating ladder, but still, I never had one before. I was able to do that task with a whole lot less risk of, well, ending face down on the concrete or something like that. So that's always a plus. I'm gonna go maybe a bit too straight up. Turquoise here. Not so much to. It's not so much about value. Just trying to enhance some of the color there. Yeah, Irid. After doing the that Nazgul that had all of the water effects on it, I did this as a video. So I filmed this last night. Did the editing and rendering of it, and that this is going to go up on the Patreon page after the stream here. Well, we have to upload it first. So here, I hope that everything is going well there. And of course, well, I know you have your Thursday stream coming up, right? Oh, and I don't know if you posted your Pinterest link there. I almost forgot. I do think so. I think he ends up with his feet in his mouth all the time because actually recoil. I'm still not sure actually if that was this tentacle down here. I tried to position it there. It didn't seem like it belonged there. But it is possible that this actually was supposed to be there. So yeah, I'm not sure. The thing is, since I couldn't find the original file or the original post with what it's supposed to look like, yeah, I have no idea. This that thing might actually belong here. I'm pretty sure now, that it does because obviously that hides a lot of things there. So I'm sure that it probably doesn't belong there. But I just kind of put it there. Everybody, please check out the Pinterest link that Irid just posted. So we can't recall. Normally, I at least have some kind of a general idea of what it's supposed to look like. Now, I suppose I can go back, to the build plate or something like that and look at it and see, huh? Okay, is there supposed to be a tongue in here somewhere? Yeah, it's not exactly tongue in cheek, is it, recoil? I'm gonna try and get some of this down here. So again, sorry if things are all jumpy or whatever. Nothing I can do about that. It's just Twitch doing what Twitch does. I got no control over that. Wish I did. So yeah, I can just imagine Well, we'll see what Lionel, because I was going to send the pictures of this to Lionel, and I'm sure he's going to say, why does he have a tentacle sticking out of his mouth? That is not where that's supposed to go. I'm going to throw this up here. So you can see now it's getting some of that turquoise in between some of the scales. And that is the cobalt teal bluish. Maybe some on the ends of these scales, maybe even something up here too. And we'll throw this up here again. A little bit of that teal there right along the edge. More of that. Maybe, yeah, down in here too. Again, it's just a mid-tone. If we were to do our film noir on this, it would almost probably disappear. I'm pretty sure that it would. Putting some of that, oh yeah, back here on the tail, whatever that is. You know, I might even let some of that work its way up here too. Maybe even a little bit on whatever this is on his back there. I suppose I'm going to try and get some more of that on the tentacles here that are lower. Alright, now I don't think I'm going to be setting my hand on that. So let me just squeegee some of the paint out of here. Take our white with that. Let's see how this is going to go. I never did anything on the other side of these those stakes sticking out of the dwarf there. More of our light up here on the edge of the little hands. Hey, Thranuel, how you doing? Nice to see you again there, Thranuel. Happy Tuesday. It doesn't seem to be super, super early for you on a Tuesday here. It's certainly been earlier. Catch a little bit more on my... Yes, that's too light there. I'm going to just take away some of that light. Add a little bit more of the mid-tone there. And maybe I do the same thing out here too. And add some of that teal. Especially these things that are get much closer to the water here. Like this. And more of that here. Hey there, Neshlet. Nice to see you. Happy Tuesday to you as well. So Neshuan having some fun here. Again, this is from Khurzluk Miniatures. It's our Watcher in the Water, yet another figure for our Moria army. Another monster. Our Moria army is becoming quite the monster mash. We're working on, yeah, let's put this in here. Not sure what we can do up there. Let me try this. Our sort of slate blue color there. Using the ice blue to lighten it, not the fast matte white.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mark West, for the follow. Our newest little hobbit. Wait a minute, we haven't seen Gandalfax in a while. It's like I was thinking Shandorf myself. Wait, we haven't seen you two. You guys are always arguing. I was just like, it's not me. It's the horse here. It's like, oh yeah, just blame the horse all the time. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. That also gets us a roll on our big Gandalf 6. What's going to happen here? What's going to happen? Looks like we have ourselves a 3. There's a 3. So it's a good solid roll. We'll take it. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. We'll throw a little bit more light up there. So thank you so much, Mr. Mark West. Appreciate that. Why don't we get some... Yeah, there we go. We need that light up one up here, too. Let's get some of that right here. There we are. Okay. Can we do it? Yeah, we can do this here. One second. Ice blue with that same darker blue here. There. More the ice blue. That's one of those Richardson colors. How much later? I better go later on this back here. Yeah. Now the thing is, the later I go on the top there, the stuff we did underneath, which, ooh, I need to get some more of my, yeah, okay. We are going to do this later stuff here. Tone it down with our blending brush. We have to definitely get some more of the kind of lighter bluish green there. We'll just try some of this. Right down here, and then also on this. Can you see what? Yeah, you can see it. So there. Also here. Oh, definitely some more of our light there. On the bottom of this tentacle. Oh, gee whiz. Okay. Maybe there's some way I can get some of that down in here. Maybe not quite this light. Maybe that's gonna work. And I always have this little blending brusher, so I can take that in there. So I just yank that off to the side. So there's been no updates of any kind. That's the crazy thing. Actually, it's been a while since there's been an update where I had to, restart. Actually, geez, it's been months. And there was no Windows update either. As I don't think there was any weird internet stuff. Okay, I'm gonna backtrack a little bit to more of the Mars Yellow Deep over here. Let me take that down a little bit. Because, yeah, it's really unfortunate. Let me see what we can do here. Got some of that, a little bit more of the green now in with our Mars Yellow Deep. And I'm going to try and do something here with that. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, let's really hit this a little bit further here. Wow, look at that. Yeah. I thought I hit that pretty darn late, but definitely not, because this is not even our latest light here either. Because, yeah, that's even lighter still. But this is super, super close to the water over here anyway, so... Now, man, else that's happening for... Okay, never mind. Hey there, Night Whisper. Yeah, Night Whisper, hopefully you'll be able to get a chance to get back to sleep again. Yeah, maybe the Radiant Green. Okay, a little bit of the Fast Matte White here. Sorry about that. So thanks, Night Whisper. Man, oh yeah, that's right. I was painting the dark, no, not the Dark Marshal, the Corsair, or sorry, the Knight of Umbar there, and somehow I just got thinking of this thing. That then the search was on trying to find the file because it was from a long time ago. I'm just speculating it was from 2022. And I think it was sometime late into, or that could have been like March of 2023 or something. Well, at that time there was a lot of stuff going on, so don't really remember. Well, Blades, hopefully you'll be able to fall asleep at some point there. Either that or just go directly to the office from bed or something like that. I don't want these to get too light down here. It's kind of funny because they're almost a bit like feathers. Oh, that's not actually a scale right there. That is not actually a scale. I thought it was. keep working this lighter stuff here out to the edge, but let me go back to that Mars Yellow Deep over here. Blades, that's kind of what's been happening here, is that I almost don't ever get a chance to just kind of sleep the way normal humans do that. It's more like, can I just catch a nap of something here and a nap over there? So trying to again catch a little bit of the Mars Yellow Deep in here. We have some of it here on also on our dwarf, but I'm gonna go back to my lighter stuff over here. Let me try this light, and on the helmet, a couple of little shots there. Maybe on the padded armor here in a few places too. Is that light enough? Not sure. This definitely has to be lighter right over here. I'm gonna take this lighter green along the edge of it here, and then I definitely have to get some underneath there. We also need this to probably be lighter because it is right above the water there. Night Whisper, hopefully the Mars Yellow Deep has been working well for you. It is like a supercharged yellow ochre, and of course it actually does have staining properties to it, but I don't really usually use it in that way. Oops, that was not what we wanted there. We're just going to take this and wipe that all away. Yeah, Night Whisper, I even sometimes use it for rust as well. It's one of the, well, it's an oxide, and we love our oxides, right, Night Whisper? Now, Night Whisper, if you wanted to share your oil painted stuff there in the chat, again, please go ahead and do that. No, I think does a lot of great things for skin tones and such. See if we can lighten this up down in here. Also under there. Much later along this ridge line. Right there, and now pour that light stuff down in here. Yeah, there with that edge right there, and now up here. That's maybe too much of the white there. There's a tentacle over here that really doesn't have much of the later stuff because it's hard to reach with the with our blocks over there. What I was again looking for here was telling a story, right? Like he's reaching over this wall over here. So everybody, please check out that Discord link that Night Whisper just shared. Check that out, and everybody again, please give Night Whisper a follow. So Night Whisper, I'm just really glad that the oils have been working out for you so well, and you've been able to do all this really fantastic stuff. Blending brush again over here. Like that. Some of it over there. this. Let's see if I can't get a little bit of the. Oh yeah, here I might just use. Now this will work. This will work. Here, let me get some of that Mars Yellow Deep, some of our greenish tone here, and maybe we'll just try to dry brush that stuff into existence over there. Amazing, nice to see you back. Happy Tuesday. So this is a 3D printed Watcher in the Water. Again, this is from Khurzluk Miniatures. Now, Night Whisper, I don't know how much of the darker primer approach that you've been using. I know Ryan and I, we just kind of were been trying to see, does this really save a ton of time? And he notices a big time savings, and I've certainly noticed a big time savings again with the darker primer approach. Not necessarily black primer, of course, we don't really use that, but uh, not necessarily the pre-glaze, because it does open up a lot of things, right? Night Whisper, because now you don't really have to think, okay, this is a staining color, this is not a staining color. Ah, so that was a dark primer one. That's fantastic. Yeah, and Night Whisper, it was only just because of those Tomb King figures, to where I thought, okay, not only am I probably gonna snap pieces off of this if I try to use the regular pre-glaze, but I just don't think I can even get in there with the sponges. And boy, what it's led to since, right? Thanks, amazing. Appreciate that. It was I did that first on the Night of Umbar, right, to get the water effects there. And this one I actually did this as a tutorial video here. And yeah, that'll go up on the Patreon page tomorrow. So I thought, well, people might like to see how that was done. Obviously, the one I did on that fell beast, I just did that. It wasn't actually recorded. So I thought, oh, you know what we should do? We should probably record that process. And that video will be going up again after the stream here. I'll upload it. And hopefully that will be useful for folks. Now, this is going to be back to some of the darker. There we go. It's not quite a pin line wash. It's most of the way there, but not quite all the way there. Night Whisper, that was, I'm glad that you noticed that too, because that was, I haven't asked uh, Ryan about that aspect, but it was definitely something I noticed for me. Yeah, that really, it does make a difference in so many ways. You know what? Let me try to get some more of my really light stuff here on the edge of these little spines or whatever. That seems to be doing the trick right there. Now down here, okay, we've got there's plenty of wet paint in there to mix with. Well, it's all wet, but that is just so freshly applied. I think we'll be able to let me get back to my green here. Yeah, there's I'm not really sure how you would describe the texture that's here, but I'm just trying to get some of this raised stuff here along the side. So amazing, it's the same Steiner res that I use for everything on every surface, every paint. It doesn't matter. Just the same old Steiner res. Actually, the cleaner is also the same. Because look at that, it's for dried acrylic and for oil color, not hazardous, no vapors. And of course, we're using the high quality odorless thinner, and we just use a little water bottle cap of it. That's it. Night Whisper, yeah, it's the same deal, right? When we're doing our object sort, which is really handy, of course, when, well, you have something like this where it's not just gigantic, but there's a lot of hard to reach areas. And if you can at least get a decent portion of that right, that is going to be very, very helpful. Amazing. Unfortunately, well, we stopped using Vallejo primer a long time ago. And Vallejo primer is definitely, yeah, that's not good for the oils at all. It tends to be very shiny, very slimy primer, and yeah, the oils just don't really like that very much. Now, if you're overseas and you can't get your hands on Stynores per se, well, that's okay because MIG Ammo's one-shot primer is Stynores. Because I was in the Badger factory and saw a bunch of MIG Ammo one-shot primer on the shelves. I'm like, what is this? And he says, well, yeah, don't you know we make that for MIG Ammo. So yeah, unfortunately, the Vallejo primers we stopped using those a long time ago, and then just went to the Steino Res. Thanks, Night Whisper. That was Night Whisper. I don't know if you had a chance to watch that stream, but you know how with well, say like our cave trolls, where we can turn off the object source lighting by doing the film noir. It's pretty dramatic. That thing, when we did film noir, the source light disappeared. It was all about the color temperature contrast. The value stuff had almost no effect. Yeah, that was another thing. Yeah, when Bones first came out, that was really critical. So yeah, amazing. Again, you get the MIG Ammo one-shot primer. It basically is Stynores. Now there might be something tiny bit different in the formulation, but it's the same stuff made by the same folks. And definitely not the spray primers, right? Night Whisper. That is going to be the real doomsday. And of course, the thing with those spray primer things, a lot of it is just not going on the miniature itself. A lot of it's going on the cardboard box or on you or into the air, and you're just not. And those spray cans are super expensive, so unfortunately, you're just not getting your value out of that. So it's a better deal all around to just use something like the Steiner was, and like Night Whisperer is saying, you can just brush it on. Vast majority of the time, that's what I'm doing. I'm just brushing it on. Yeah, you don't have to thin it or anything like that. It's the right consistency, just straight away. Now you want to airbrush it, then all the better. That's fine. Got again, that's more of the green. It's got a little bit more of the Mars yellow deep in there. Where's my blending brush? There we go. So yeah, recoil. Starting to think that that tentacle belongs over there. It would make sense that I actually printed all of the tentacles. So I guess we'll have to do another one of these. So amazing, we thin the oil paint in a variety of ways. There's more of the traditional way, I guess, if you want to call it. We're using the high quality odorless thinner. And again, if you can't get the Mona Lisa stuff, MIG Ammo's odorless thinner it's reasonable. I still think my Mona Lisa high quality odorless thinner is better. And of course, let's see. Oh, on the mainland, Gerstecker is a good place to get some of your oil paints supplies. I forget what it is in the UK. I forget what it is in the UK, but on the mainland there, Gerstecker, that is a good place to get the oil painting stuff. Sometimes it's thinner, but sometimes, a lot of times, we're just, again, just dry brushing it on, and we'll do some of that right here, actually. We're going to get some of this, and we're just going to dry brush that on. Like what Night Whisper was talking a second ago about just dry brushing on this source lighting. And of course, amazing. You can always check out the previous sessions. They're all saved as highlights. So it's kind of like a YouTube channel or YouTube video, whatever. I also do have the YouTube channel. Yeah, Recoil. He spoke too much until he ended up with his foot in his mouth. Now, some people do suffer from foot and mouth disease, don't they, Recoil? What about on the back of this? Taking the little bit of, oh, and even this is almost a bit of a dry brush here. Amazing here. So that's almost a bit of a dry brush. Now, the thing to keep in mind is that you are not going to be layering. There's a hashtag no layers. What you want to do is let the mixing happen here, so that we did that a lot on the water here. We can even try another little batch of that right here. We'll just take this, throw that in here, and then we'll take again some kind of a blending brush here, and we're just going to push that stuff around. No, that's got too much yellow in it. Too much yellow. So this will be, by this time tomorrow, this will be either dry or mostly dry. This was just painted on our, was this the Friday stream, and this is totally dry. That's why I can lift it up and pick it up and all that kind of stuff. So it's definitely it's definitely dry, because you're using very, very little of it. And of course, you also want to consider doing these color charts, right? Because it doesn't just tell you what the color looks like, it tells you how it handles. This is opaque. This is not opaque. This is really strong color, because you can see it's almost wiping out the white. This is not even a 50-50 color over here. And this also has a little bit of shine to it that is very, very matte. So we recommend that. And of course, maybe your first oil painted thing is just a value study. One light color, one dark color. Just you want to make it as easy as possible for yourself when you're first starting out with it. No sense in making things real difficult. No sense in doing that. That was something they had us do in our watercolor class. We were obviously very frustrated because we wanted to use all the colors. And they said, yeah, you know what? This is what you're going to do. You're going to get one color. It's called brown. Halfway through the school year, you had 3 colors. That was it. It wasn't until near the end, when you actually had your full palette of colors to work with, and that turned out to be a very good idea. It really did save on misery there. Well, amazing. I hope that you have a blast doing that. Man, oh, the other thing too is it generally, well, first of all, you don't want like, oh, I've got my brand new army, a massive army. I'm gonna paint it all in oils. You kind of want to do just maybe one figure, and maybe something that doesn't have lots of tiny little details, because again, it just makes it easier your first couple times around. And well, like Whispers talking about the bones miniatures. If you have kind of cheaper miniatures like that sitting around, you could always use those because then you could always just prime over them and not really say, ah, that was a really expensive resin miniature that I just kind of piled a bunch of paint on. And right, Night Whisper, there's always kind of a, what would you say, a point where you just kind of really grasp what's going on, and it's not necessarily the first miniature or the second miniature. Hey there, Heavy T, how you doing? Nice to see you back. So happy Tuesday there, Heavy T. Oh boy, how do we get at this? Well, let's try and do this here with our brush, see if that's going to work. Looks like we can get a little something something in there. So yeah, oh, that's good. That's good. They're amazing. And again, always be sure to be easy on yourself, right? The own worst critic type of scenario there. Definitely be patient with yourself. So Heavy T, I hope everything's going well. And of course, if you want to share anything in the chat there that you've been working on, please go ahead. Oh, we need to get some lighter stuff up here, don't we? So Heavy T, 4.5 hours ago in a level 3 hype train. This had no paint on it whatsoever, which is par for the course with the oils, right? It happens quick. Don't blink. Definitely Night Whisper, right? The robe miniature is really fantastic. Where is that one? Here he is. Now, obviously, this has the source lighting on it, but a big wide surface like that, you can plop the paint on
Hello,
there and
little
then push
hobbits.
that around,
Spark my gun just
and that is super helpful. Thank you so much, Polly. Appreciate that. Let's see. Here we haven't again. Let's do a. So you're back with your trusty horse. So, whose horse? I'm not. I'm nobody's horse. So yeah, but he's riding you. It's like the guy just jumps on me every so often. He can't control himself. Thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate that. We've had a collection of like 3 through 5. Look at that, another 5 on our big Gandalf 6. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. Was it? I have it actually out here. So here it is. Yeah, this one. So that only took a few seconds because all we had to do was just throw out. We threw some turquoise here, we threw some magenta there, and then we just took another brush that had no paint on it and then just blended that together. So yeah, that's you can watch that video too. Actually, that's also on the YouTube channel. There's like a shorter version of it there. And we were painting. I still want to get back to my Bretonians. Of course, we're painting the Bretonians. We're painting the Tomb Kings. And well, this is really what led to the darker primer, right? Right, Night Whisper, because there was no way to get into all those areas with the pre-glaze. So we just did the darker primer stuff, and then we could do that dry brush stuff. I mean, same thing here, right? So much easier to do that. Yeah, Night Whisper. Oh, Artisan Guild. That's the other one. And then, well, the old-fashioned like Kev White miniatures, right? Night Whisper. Oh, the Kelto stuff. Always liked the Kev White
Hello,
hassle
little
free. That's
hobbits.
it.
Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Korg. Appreciate that. We haven't seen this yet. It's like, wow. So why so grumpy? It's like, oh, I don't know. Maybe this no arms. It's like, oh, that's right. So you thought taking on the Balrog with a kitchen knife and a glow stick was going to be a good idea. It's like, so exactly why do you have your foot in your mouth? It's like you really weren't supposed to notice that. Uh, it's kind of funny when you think about it. I Rico, I could have instead of sculpting this tattoo, I could have put this one here, and then sculpted him a tongue. So yeah, Gandalf he gets even more grumpy if you mention a certain hobbit who's a chef and saying that he's the hero of the story. Yeah, Gandalf doesn't really like that too much. Oh, that's fantastic, Blades. Yeah. Oh, Night Whisper. Well, he did stuff for Reaper too, but Werner Clock. That's it. Yes, Werner Clock stuff. Thank you so much for the raid there, Korg. Appreciate that. So everybody, please give them a follow as well. And of course, if you want to post anything that you're working on in the chat, please go ahead. Hey there, Scotty and Lazy Gamer 78. Nice to see everybody. So this is the Watcher of the Water, 3D printed from Khurzluk Miniatures. Now on our Armada Monday stream, which is always something of an aquatic nature, we painted this. So there's a 3D printed Nazgul on Fellbeast, but notice the again the nautical theme down here. You can see that the colorations there very similar, right? Uh, this water effect stuff was done with our heavy gloss gel, same stuff we use for so many other things. And this was all painted with oils. We started painting this 4 hours 35 minutes ago. And well, we've done quite a bit in our 4.5 hours. Now, here we also have this from our Friday stream, also from our Moria army, also painted with the oil paints. Actually, oh hey, Night Whisper here. Let me and Corey, again, if you want to post anything in the chat that you are working on, I know you just finished your stream, but you might have some work in progress images. Now, let me do this. We'll zoom out a little bit more here. Now we'll watch the object source letting disappear. This is pretty wild, right, Night Whisper? Look at that. You almost can't tell any difference. But then we do this, and all of a sudden, our stuff returns. Look at that. Ah, Korga, I'm glad that you got a chance to see that. We did, what, 7 of those in 7 streams? Then we also, on our Saturday stream, we did about a half dozen of
Hello,
these
little
guys right here.
hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much for that follow. We have ourselves a new little hobbit. Thank you so much, Darth Rasiri. Appreciate that. You know what we should do? What we should do is this instead. It's like, wait, wait a second. I was expecting the idiot with the pointy hat. You're an idiot with a pointy head. Seriously, that's where you're going with this? You do know you have your foot in your mouth. Thank you so much, Darth Rasiri. Appreciate that. Again, we will be getting back to our Shatterpoint stuff. If you want to see some of those past episodes, again, we have tons of those on the channel here. You just have to look at the just look at the highlights. Yeah, Night Whisper, you need the that opposing color, right? You need that opposing desaturation versus saturation. Thanks, Dorothy Siri. We also our murder. There are murder hobbits. Yes, we painted a whole slew of Ewoks, and we said that those were hobbits cosplaying as Ewoks. And they were very ornery fellows too. And we have more on the way. I've got I think I have the I know I have C3PO and R2D2 all prepped and ready to go, but we have some more from the I have the General Grievous box. That's right. That's right. We were gonna do him as a tutorial video. Cause what, four different light sources, right, Night Whisper? So Night Whisper, it's really the same way we do the icicles and the flame. And Night Whisper, again, I did a video on this. So tomorrow I'll be up. Well, tonight I'm going to upload it after the stream. And then as soon as it's uploaded, I'll get that posted. And Night Whisper, you'll be able to see how it happened. The key is, and especially something like this, to do it kind of in multiple stages. It doesn't necessarily, it's not dry, but it's just like the oils, it's set. So yeah, amazing. We basically kind of said that those were hobbits with a bit of a furry fetish, and they were cosplaying as Ewoks. So and mostly was using either our one true brush or craft brushes there, or maybe just a slightly smaller craft brush. And again, it's the same way we do our snow, and also too again see the same way we hang the icicles off of there. Now on all of the fingers, I guess if you want to call them that, we're going to hang the icicles there too, only as water drops. That's a little too light up there. Let's take some of that away. Not sure how much lighter we want this stuff to be on our dwarf over here. I think I might have to get a little bit of, yeah, some of our, not just reflected light, but a little bit of teal type of coloration over there. Well, see you later, Night Whisper. Again, well, you'll be able to watch how this was done. Because after I did the that Night of Umbar, I just said, oh, we have to try and do this as a tutorial vid. Now I'm just gonna take this. So here, amazing. This is we're gonna do some dry brushy stuff here. However, because all of that paint is wet that's sitting there, right? It's wet. You can see, you'll see that dark color on the end of the brush. So it's actually mixing, even though it's a dry brush, it's mixing wet into wet over there. Now this is another area that I've been kind of waiting to get at here. Get with some of that lighter stuff. You notice how I don't necessarily spend a whole time mixing colors over here on the palette. This is our palette over here, and now we'll get that same brush over here. So you can see we've got some hard lines in there. So I just yank that paint over one side to another side. Yeah, that just makes life a whole lot easier. Right, that one, that Bretonian enchantress there, what made that so easy to do on those the robes and everything was, again, we place the turquoise, we place the magenta, we grab a third brush like we just did there, and then we just push those together. So now we don't have to worry about how much magenta do we mix in and how much of this. It just happens. Let me throw again a little bit more of my light in there. Turquoise, there's our turquoise. Got a little bit of our light in there. Nope, I actually want some more of my phthalo green. Let me try and get some of that back in here. Now, there we go. Once again, with a blending brush of some kind. Let me use this. So we got that lighter stuff sitting over here. I'll tap, 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 and then all just blends together there. On this side, with again, that's got a little bit more of the greenish color in there. Then we'll take a blending brush here. Hit that again. So blades, that was with the heavy gloss gel. It's the same way we do the fire. Same way, yes, you saw the stuff on the roof of the Rohan house there. Hey there, Ball GM, how you doing? Happy Tuesday. Hope that you're doing well. So yeah, blades, it's the same heavy gloss gel that I use for the icicles, for the snow, for making fire, like this stuff here on our Dun Lendings. It's the exact same material and literally the same technique. So, Ball Jim, I hope that you're doing very well again on this Tuesday morning here. You know what? I think we're going to try. Yes, yes, we're going to try to lighten this up a little bit here, where it's right next to the water there. Throw some of that all the way back there. I'm thinking, you know what? Let me give a little bit more of again the Mars yellow, or let me try this too here. I need a little bit thinner to break that down. And some of our white in there. It's awful thin though. So Bull Jim, I hope that you're going to be able to have a good time doing some hobby stuff there today. More of that. I'm trying to lighten this up just a little. Touch under there. Get just a little hint of some of that yellow here in the scales. I might try to either hit this again with something lighter. Let's try the lighter first, see what happens. Yeah, I think that's a little better than trying to go darker. Because I'm trying to do is going to cross over this little line right here where there's just a, well, you could say a little bit of a seam right there. We did use, well, that's the other thing. I used the heavy gloss gel for their blades. Especially if it's something like a furry critter of some kind. And the mold line is running right through the hair because it always does, right, blades? Well, that's how you can kind of re-sculpt the hair very quickly just by using sort of a stiffer bristle brush and the heavy gloss gel. Hey Grogu, how you doing? So Blades, well, I can try and shoot you a link to the to the video there, so you can kind of get an idea of what it is we're talking about. So this is the Watcher in the Water. This is 3D printed from Khurzluk Miniatures. We also added a Dwarf Casualty from Khurzluk Miniature, and then we sculpted all of the water effects with the aforementioned heavy gloss gel. This is all painted with the oil paints. 4 hours 47 minutes ago. This had absolutely no paint on it at all. None whatsoever. And blades, what's nice is that it's not terribly expensive, and obviously here I was using the Green Stuff World splash effects, but Liquitex, Golden, there's minor differences between the two of them, but they both seem to work just fine. I'm going to try and get a little bit more of my lighter blue under there, and then again take a blending brush to it, push that around. Now let's get to the darker stuff here. So this will be for the Moria army. If I can find those Diwali Warg Marauders, we'll try and maybe print up some of those. Although we are sort of getting towards the end of October here. We only have 9 days left. And there is at least one more, well, technically two more Fell Beasts combos. Uh, our Thursday stream will either be the Undying or I guess someone that you could say could maybe be the Witch King or whatever. So Blades, you can find that. You should be able to find that any kind of craft store, art store, craft store, whatever. You can get it on Amazon. It'll definitely be more expensive there. But yeah, that's something you should be able to find at an art store, craft store, something like that. It's pretty common stuff. I also suggest getting maybe a smaller container because, well, you're not going to be making a giant ocean out of it right straight away. So, yeah, maybe just a smaller container. Even I get the smaller containers unless I know I'm going to be doing a giant terrain board or something because it doesn't necessarily last for it. Once it's open, it can start getting a little bit crispy around the edges. Is that our... Yeah, I think that is the brush I was looking for. So now again, coming back with some of our darker stuff here. Yeah, Blades. Actually, it's kind of the reason why I just make my own texture paste, because even I couldn't use the texture paste fast enough to keep it from kind of drying and curing on the inside of the container, no matter how hard I tried to seal it. And that's why I just started doing the stuff with the tile grout and the wood glue. Let me try to work this in a little dark down there. Not, again, not too much. Let me see here. Nope. Now let me try just this over here. And it looks like that's our one choice there. So more of the dark on the top side of this here. Some of that here to get some dark on the right where this little ridge line is here. Let's put some more of it down here. A little bit more of it over there. I guess we'll try. Let's see. There's not really. Well, it does show some kind of almost like scales over there. Let me just throw some of this dark down into the recesses here. Bit more over there. And some of that right over here. You know what? I'm going to maybe cover up some of our water effect over there and some of it there. There was a little bit of our, when I was doing this, I got some of it on there. Again, we're going to be putting some more of the heavy gloss gel over the top of it once all this is dry, which should be, again, some point either tomorrow or the next day at most. Let me get back to my, get a little bit of the lighter stuff right here. Not going to put that up there. No, we won't do that. Yeah, I don't want these. Don't want these scales to end up looking like feathers here. So let's. I'm gonna put some more of my dark stuff here. I get that same Payne's gray, and that's gonna go right underneath some of these scales here. Unless I need to go later. You know what? That when you see it here, well, you usually when in doubt, make things darker. But that's really, yeah. Let's go later over here. Let's do that. Got plenty of stuff here. We can use the radiant blue. We'll mix that in with our turquoise. A little bit of a radiant green too. And that is going to go right in there. Now I'm going to take some of the, good, I still have some of my white that is somewhat undisturbed here. And do a little bit there because that's actually our water effect right there. A little bit up on that. Yeah, that's too much. We're going to take our blending brush and get rid of some of that. So 4 hours 56 minutes ago, all we had on here was a little bit of the primer painting, and it was Steiner primer. I think we started, oh, the oceanic blue, and then I just kind of dusted a little bit of some blue violet ink over the top of it, and then the rest was, what was it? Oh, the pale sage. So it's kind of like a super light green, very dingy kind of. Nothing, again, I just wanted to get some primer down in here. That's all it was. And again, we emphasized more of a darker primer approach on this so that I could do the dry brush type stuff that we've been talking about. This down here, maybe again needs to get lighter. We've done the dark stuff there. Yeah, I guess that's what we needed to do. Is I think we kind of did that over here. So down in this area, it's supposed to be a shadow area, but if we're going to have all that water splash around, we also need the reflected light there. That's a big thing with the miniatures. And I mean, this has no object source lighting, right? But it still needs this water, all this churning, white, boiling water. That's going to have to be reflected on there somehow. We do it on our ships. right? If we have to certainly do it on something like this, which is literally in the water. And we'll take some of our light here. Some of that over here. You can see we have a little difference. There's some greenishness there. There's more of a kind of a teal or like a blue up there. You know, I could, yeah, I think I'm gonna get this a little more foamy back in here as well. There's just some more rocks there. Can't go too nuts with all the light stuff because then we'll just nothing's gonna show, right? You must have dark to show the light, or at least a middle tone to show the light. As we hit our something a bit lighter right there, along that side of that tentacle there. What do we got here? Yeah, let's lighten this up too. Where's my teal again? But that hasn't gotten too light. No, it's just about there. I'm looking at this thing going, we have an awful lot of our bluish stuff there, but not the slate gray, so it almost looks very violet by comparison. All right, there. Yeah, that was just looking a little too similar there. Should have been more of a difference. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Again, the very latest video, which is doing all of this water effect stuff and arranging this miniature on here. We sawed this tentacle over here to make him sit flatter on the surface. So all of those things are covered in that video. And again, that's going to go up on the Patreon page tomorrow. This needs to be a little later up here too. I'm just seeing that. So it takes you through the entire process, even prepping this figure, assembling that, collecting all the little different basing bits that we used, and putting all that together in combination to create what we're painting here tonight. And you do the $15 Army Painter pledge level. Get your popcorn ready because you've just gotten yourself 2,000 hours worth of videos to watch, and that is not they're not kidding there. Well, technically, there's probably more than 2,000 hours. We just kind of lowballed it, the estimate, and it's somewhere around that. And I usually make about 20 hours of new videos every month. So again, you can binge all that if you want. There will just end up being more to binge. It is the never-ending surge of videos, and I try to do something new in every single one. And not everything is oil painting. There's still a ton of acrylic stuff on there. I've even done a number of videos that really focus more on just primer painting with inks and the primers. That has nothing to do with the oils. I think we've got, let me get a little something right there, okay? So something very, very fishy about this guy. Let me try and catch a little more of the light on the underside of this tentacle here. So this is just another area where the oils really work out so well because these are some hard to reach spaces here, and I don't have to work quite so hard trying to get a brush in there because I can just really take this and push that around, tap, tap, tap. It blends it, does all the fun stuff. How much later do I want? See, if I make that stone any later, then we're not going to have that later foamy stuff, are we? So I got to just kind of say, you know what? Let's not mess with that. Let's not mess around with that. I think we could separate this a little bit. I don't know. Let me get my blending brush and take some of that away. That was getting to be a little too much there. Another blending brush. We can use maybe this right here. Right over here is, well, okay. Give me a little bit more of my lighter turquoise down in there. I think, yeah, we got some more of our water up in there too. I'll see you later there, Ira. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. Ira, do you want to share your Pinterest link one more time there before you head off to sleep? And again, I hope you have a fantastic night's sleep. I'm kind of hoping to be able to do the same myself maybe tonight, because that would be very nice. As there hadn't been a whole lot of that the last week or two. Okay, there's another situation where I'm going to take this minus that piece of fuzz. So all I do is just tap it on there, not swiping it like this, because all they're going to do is smear things. We want to essentially that by blending, what it's really doing in some ways is just taking away some of the excess paint. Sometimes that alone is very, very helpful. All right, getting rid of the darker stuff, going back to the nicer for these, again, these crazy little hands slash fingers here. And again, this is a 3D printer from Khurzluk Miniatures. So really, 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 really fantastic Lord of the Rings themed figures that obviously work for other fantasy stuff too. It's, you can't just say, oh, well, can only use that for Lord of the Rings. No, it would work very well for lots of different fantasy things as well. Catching a little more of that like down and here, because so what we're trying to do is see it's not just a wave, but there's the water's kind of sloshing back and forth even inside that wave. There's ripples to it. Where's our? Okay, pretty soon we'll be getting back to our 1/1800 scale ships. You can see it's kind of the same thing, just on a very tiny scale, right? 1/1800 scale ship there. But now, as we've hit the 5-hour mark and it's 3:30 a.m. in the morning here, I think we're gonna head on over to Meek Genius because he's doing his stream there. Looks like he is painting up maybe a BattleTech Mini or something like that. We want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. Appreciate that, Armored Wolf, as always. I want to say thanks for all the bits, the subs, the follows, and the cheers, and the raids. And of course, thanks to all the folks that follow, because we reached our 9,000 follower mark. So we appreciate everybody that has followed, again, over the last 4.5 years plus. That's super generous of you. We appreciate all of your time. And hopefully some of these crazy ramblings here also can be useful from a painting standpoint. So see you later there, Bitron. I'll shoot you a message after the stream and see how things are going. And thanks again, Armored Wolf, as always. Appreciate that. So I'm going to get the raid countdown underway here. Because, that takes a few seconds to work its way through. So there we go. Again, that is the Watcher in the Water. Again, 3D printed from Khurzluk miniatures, all painted with the oil paints. There you go. Look at that. Very fun. So I will see all of you guys again on our Thursday stream, painting another one of our ring rates on a fell beast.